Mobile. Right. Welcome back, students. So let's start from where we have left yesterday. So we were discussing about human rights yesterday, isn't it? So human rights. So what are human rights? So how did we define human rights yesterday? Any one of you? Get into the groove, discuss. Volume is high. Is it okay now? Right. What exactly are the human rights? It is a right which you get because you are a human being, right? In a sense, if these rights are there, always you have to think from the other side also, whenever how to define a thing, how to define something. So for example, this human rights, you have to think, what if these rights are not there? Okay. Then automatically the human rights would say, if these rights are not there, you cannot have a human existence. That is the reason it is called as human rights. The different ways by which scholars have described the concept of human rights, different ways by which. Okay. So, Karl Vasek is a person who distinguished three generations of human rights. Three generations of human rights defined. So, what are the three generations and what are these rights? Okay. So, the first generation sir, இதோட பின் நம்பர் என்ன?
இது சார் அன்லாக் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
அன்லாக் பண்ணிட்டேன். இல்லை சம்டைம்ஸ் நேற்று லாக் ஆயிடுச்சு.
இப்போ எடுத்துட்டேன் சார், லாக்
எடுத்துட்டீங்களா? ரைட். ஆன்லைன் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், யுவர் நம்பர் இஸ் 730585226. 730585226. Right. So the first generation of human rights. Okay. Tell me, since we have already discussed enough about the European movements, okay, we have discussed enough. That is what again Karl Vasek is going to revisit. Okay. See, everything, whether it's a liberty, equality or rights, the concept of justice, everything, we generally will go back to the earlier Greek city-state, or we'll go back to the movements that happened in the 16th, 17th and 18th century Europe. Okay, that is where all these things got its origin. Okay, so tell me, what were the first rights the people were fighting for during the 16th, 17th and 18th centuries in Europe? The first rights the people were fighting for. What were the first rights? We have discussed this enough. So I think now you should be in a position to tell me what were the very first rights that the people were asking for. Think and tell me. Think and tell me. See, what was the situation before the 16th and 17th century? We had a king, correct? We had a monarchy set up. We did not have any democracy. We did not have any democracy, and the king ruled through their own whips and whims. Whatever they said, they become law. Correct? That is how the king ruled us. This is the situation. Correct? Apart from that, we also heard church and other clergy and other things which actually controlled the human movement, the human ideas, everything it controlled. And the people was fighting for certain rights initially. Okay. So that defined this democratic movement, the project of democracy as they call it, the democratic project. See, the democratic project of the world starts in the 16th and 17th century. See, the democratic project of the world starts in 16th, 17th century, and 16th and 17th century we call this a democratic project because people fought for many rights basically. So what was the very first set of rights? Anyone of you? Anyone of you? Very good. Is civil rights. What was the next immediate set of rights the people were fighting for? Sorry? Protection from arbitrary. Then what is the civil right? Both are same. See, civil right could be defined as a right to protect yourself from the arbitrary nature of government. That is what the civil right Civil right is all about. Okay. So this is the definition will be L.T. Hobhouse. What is the civil right? Civil rights is a right that you get to protect yourself from the arbitrary whips and whims of the government. Right. Then what is the next set of rights the people are fighting for? After this, what they wanted? Exactly, it's political rights. What are political rights? Rights to take part in the government. That's it. Initially, the people were not part of government. Monarchy ruled us. The monarch rules us. King ruled us. Queen ruled us. That's it. So we were not part of government. So initially, the first rights that people were fighting for, the British Civil War, the diggers, the levelers movement that we discussed, the 16th century, around 1630s, 1640s, the movements, the English or the British Civil War as they call it. Why the people fought? What was the very logic for this civil war? Because the people thought that they did not have almost any right over the government. Whatever the government said, they have to obey. So first initial civil war was fought for civil rights. Then slowly and steadily the British Revolution, the glorious revolution of England as they call it, glorious revolution of England. 1640s is the civil war. 1640s is the civil war. Then comes 1688, the glorious revolution of England. Why we call it as glorious revolution? Because there was no bloodshed. That is why we call it as glorious revolution. Okay. So English tradition, a revolution was carried out without a bloodshed. But in a French revolution was carried out with the bloodshed. You have to understand the difference. That is the reason Karl Marx, when he writes communism, Marx said, any overthrow of an existing society cannot happen without shedding blood, without violence. So violence becomes inevitable. Then people questioned Marx. One of close friends of Marx also questioned Marx, but we have seen an example in England where revolution took place without a bloodshed. So how come Marxism could be true? So Marx answers to letters to his friend that probably in society where civil society is very dominant like England, where democracy is very dominant, you might find a revolution without a bloodshed. So even in the Marxist thought, Marx has always accepted that revolution is possible in certain societies without violence. England is one example. England is one example where they have shown that revolution is possible without violence. Right? So these are the first set of rights that people are fighting for. So this Karl Vasek put this as the first generation of human rights. Right? So everything got settled. Even in feminism we saw. Okay, first initially men gets rights, and we also discovered the feminist movement where the women will be fighting for rights, and slowly and steadily Europe also 1928, England, Britain, UK gives rights to women, and New Zealand and other countries also gives rights to women, voting rights to women. Slowly and steadily the question of political rights gets over. So Karl Vasek says, once almost these political rights and civil rights are secured to all communities, then people started to fight for the second generation of human rights. Second generation. What is the second generation of human rights? Very easy. See, if you would have read about fundamental rights, it becomes very easy. Fundamental rights, yes please. Very good, excellent. Your guess is right. It's a socio-economic right. Okay. See, our fundamental rights try to secure, all fundamental rights try to secure either civil right, political right or socio-economic. These are most important rights. So Karl says initially people fought for civil rights, then they fought for political rights, which he clubbed that as a first generation of human rights. Then Karl says after slowly and steadily in the starting of the 19th century, in the middle of the 19th century, and lot of movements like Marxism, socialist movement, all these movements is also part of Karl theory. So people now start to fight for socio-economic right, many socio-economic right, equal distribution of property, wealth, equal pay for equal work, different kinds of socio-economic rights people started to fight for. Okay, so this is somewhere around the 19th century and the early part of 20th century. Right. That is how Karl says. This is the second generation of human rights. So what is the third generation of human rights? This is a movement according to Karl. It has right now started, or in some societies will start very soon, where beyond human, the people will fight for the rights to become a universal citizen of the whole world. So these are the rights to become a universal citizen, says Karl. Okay. So this is a typical liberal project, a liberal understanding of society, where Karl beautifully paints that all these rights are fundamental for all human beings in common. You have to understand. Okay. Irrespective of the society, whether you are living in Europe or you are living in Russia or you are living in India or anywhere in this world, if you are a human being, there are three generations of human rights that you definitely want, but the period would change. But these are the human rights that you want. Okay. That is how even United Nations have convened. So everyone believes in the concept of universal human rights. Right. But the question now is whether human rights is purely universal. The human rights are purely universal. That's the most important question. Right. Let us discuss some important points. Right. Can right to live be absolute? The first question that we will discuss. I need answers. So the universal concept of human rights speaks about few important things: the indivisible nature of human rights, the absolute nature of human rights, the universality of the human rights. All these things he speaks about. So the first discussion is, can right to live be absolute? Right to live, right to life. Any one of you. Can it be absolute? Already we discussed that in fundamental rights. So this is only a retelecast. We already discussed that. So can right to live be absolute? Is it? Can it be? Yes. Is it? Okay. If right to live is absolute, what if a person is trying to kill another person? Okay. So how you will do a rectification in measure there? Because right to live is absolute. So not in all situations, all scenarios, there could be an absolute nature of right to live. Then there cannot be a concept of deterrence itself in a society. Society works by deterrence. What is deterrence? You deter someone by showing that if you don't conform to the norms that is there in the society, then punishment will follow. Okay. So there is norms that is there in the society. Every society has some set of norms. If you are not going to conform to the norms, conformity, not going to conform to the norms, existing norms, then punishment will follow. Correct? If you are a child, what your mother will tell? 5 o'clock after school, half an hour, you have to be here in home. If you are not here, I will beat you. Correct? She is not beating for 1 day, 2 days, 1 month has gone. Will you come by 5 o'clock? No child will come. Because it knows, 100% the child knows, mother will not beat me. The next day it will come by 6 o'clock, then it will come by 7 o'clock. So, you cannot absolutely give someone certain rights. At certain scenarios, there has to be abridged. Okay, this is very easy to discuss. But sometimes what happens is that human rights, the award of human rights becomes contradictory. I will give you an example how it becomes contradictory. Can right to abortion is accepted? Any one of you? Any one of you? Why not? Okay. So one person says it's absolute right. Right? Anyone else? Sorry? Okay. Assuming that the woman wants to abort the child. Okay. So according to it, it's an individual right. So if the woman wants to abort, it is fine. Okay. Any other argument? Any other argument? Any other argument? All accept this point of view. Yes. Super. It contradicts the right to life of the baby. So the right of a woman to control her body, which is the point of view that you are taking, that's an individual right. So I have the right to control my body, accepted, but what is the right to life of the baby that is there? It contradicts. So always that would be the case. Giving one person a human right might contradict the human right of another person. Okay, so that is where people come from, and the people say there cannot be any absolute notion of human rights, or there cannot be any universal right of human rights. The universal right of human rights we will discuss now. Okay, so this is absolute nature. Okay. It cannot be absolute. Okay. You cannot give one person human rights absolutely. There will be a situation because society consists of social relations. There are hundreds and thousands of social relations that is there. Okay. If I give you one person a right to reservation, invariably it takes the right of another person. Okay. Yesterday we discussed about the right of a tribe to not to sell his land. Okay. It invariably takes the right of another person to buy a land in his own vicinity. Okay, just because he is not a tribe by birth. Okay, he might have settled there some 10 years ago, but justly he wants to do a business and he needs that land. But he cannot do it because tribal rights is already conferred. Understood? So, giving rights to someone might become contradictory, not always. Put your own situations to understand. Okay, that is how the questions would be. Not always. The question might come whether the concept of human rights is absolute. Okay, whether it could be absolute. Then you have to argue. Or the question might be like how the concept of human rights could be contradictory. Okay, then you have to argue with your own examples. Not always you take the same example. Okay, you can argue with your own examples. Where you award a right to one person, it contradicts the right of another person. So what is rights? Always a problem. Now coming back to the question of universality of human rights. Universality. There are many people who believed that the concept of right is relative to culture. Relative to culture. What we call it as cultural relativism. Cultural relativism. You understood? So, the concept of human rights says that any person born anywhere in this world, because he is a human being, because for human existence, he should be given certain rights. right to life, right to personal liberty, right to dignity, many other things. But take the question of right to dignity. What is dignity? See, take for example Tamil Nadu, the case of Tamil Nadu, easy example. Till 14th century, we do not have any evidence, we don't have mostly, at least 13th century, I would put it this way, we don't have any written or pictographic evidence where people cover their body above their waist, male or female. Okay. It is only after the 13th or 14th century we get the very idea of covering the top body, both for male and female. Then what is the question of dignity then? Sorry? So, the way by which you dress, the way by which you understand what is the self-respect has changed from time period to time period. It is not constant. It is not a constant thing. So, our culture some 100 years ago understood dignity, self-respect in a different way. 200 years ago it understood in a different way. 500 years ago understood in a different way. Going forward, the same culture will define self-respect and dignity in a different way. Understood? So, culture varies, time varies, historical time, everything varies, then how can be a concept of human rights that is very constant, which is true across time periods? Okay, how can it be constant? That's the question. So, some 300, 400 years ago, we have a different concept of marriage. Now we have a different concept of marriage. It has changed because of the very idea of market economy coming into our very life. As we already discussed in neoliberal economy, everything is controlled by market. So our thought process is also getting shaped. So as he said, the self-respect itself varies, the dignity varies, everything gets its own definition. Then how can you have one concept of universality like human rights is universal, it is true across time periods? How can it be so? That is the reason people say, any right, it is relative only to the culture. There cannot be any right devoid of culture. Many subcultures exist in our society, many subcultures. Most of it we do not know. If you discuss, we go around villages in Tamil Nadu, villages across India, you will find hundreds and thousands of subcultures. Okay, about eating beef, about eating this animal, that animal, how to do, what to when, at what time to get up. So, every person has his own small group of people, every small villages, everywhere they have their own subcultures. Okay, in such a scenario, giving something called as universal human rights is ill-founded. It is completely wrong. So, in case of this cultural relativist approach to human rights, 1 year the question has come. 1 year the question has come about cultural relativist approach to rights. So, how you approach it? There are two notions. One is strong cultural relativism. Another one is weak cultural relativism. So, the strong cultural relativism says human rights itself is wrong. The human rights cannot exist. There is nothing called as human rights. Nothing called as human rights. It is only cultural rights. Based on your culture, based on your society, where you live, the rights change. Some village in a completely orthodox Hindu tradition, beef eating might not be accepted. But in some village where culturally they are being eating beef for years together, for them it is nothing wrong. It is culturally relative. So you cannot give, okay, I understand that one group of people don't like, so you cannot, guys, okay, beef eating is completely wrong, so I am going to comment this to whole of India. assuming that, okay, this is how the whole Indians have lived. It is wrong. You cannot put it that way. Because these people, that is how they have lived for 2000 years, at least what they have known history. They have lived by eating beef. That is their right. Okay. So you have to understand their culture, their subculture. That is the reason we have created some notions. Okay. We will come there. So this is how the argument of strong cultural relativism of rights. Strong cultural relativism. So they say the concept of human rights itself is strong. Okay. Now the concept of weak cultural relativism comes. Okay. In my culture, if anything happens, I immediately hit that person with slippers 5 times. Then only I speak. That is how that my culture is. Okay. So the question now is the question of human dignity. Will you accept this practice where there is a domination in place just because culture sanctifies it? Another question. Correct. Just because culture sanctifies it, we have seen so many untouchable practices, social exclusive practices, atrocities against the oppressed people like women, sati system we have seen, tribes, Dalits we have seen. Everything is being sanctified in the name of culture. Then you start to give rights based on culture. Okay, then how come? So that is in the weak cultural relativist approach argues that there should be some standard notion where if the culture defines something based on universal accepted notion of domination or social exclusion, then that should be removed. Otherwise, the right should be culturally relative. You understood? So it is a kind of a middle path between a true human rights, which is universal and absolute, and between a true cultural rights, which speaks only about culture. It's a middle path, which says that whenever the culture prescribes some kind of oppression or domination, then such things has to be removed. Otherwise, the right should be cultural in nature. Understood? Now again a question comes. Who defines what is a domination? Correct? Who defines what is an oppression? What defines what is an oppression? Now people say, even if father says day, it's an oppression. No, you shouldn't shout. Correct? Your teacher in classroom, we cannot shout at students. Even as 18-year students, immediately they protest. Because they are coming from a belief that, okay, school days, there is no one, I have to obey. Once I became 18 years of age, they couldn't shout me because I am an individual. Right. So they are coming with a written notion. Then how to control all these things? Everyone have their own culture, they would say. Who defines what is oppression? What is the extent by which? So again, that's a problem. Did you understand? Okay. So, but these weak cultural relativism say standard notions apply. Standard notions apply. But rights are predominantly cultural. They believe in standard notions only because they understand every culture has some practices which is known to create some oppression over certain sect of people. Okay, that is the reason they say, just to remove that oppression, just to remove the operation or the domination, let's have some kind of standard notions. Otherwise, there should be some cultural relativist rights. The rights should not be human in nature. Universality should not be there. Understood? Right. So these are discussions. There is no verdict on it. There is no complete verdict on it. Okay. These are discussions that is there in political science theory. Okay. Many discussions, how different thinkers have seen it. How many people would say rights. I'll come there. Women, feminist approach towards rights. How feminists have seen rights, especially the concept of human rights. Many feminists have argued how a right can be individual in nature. How a right can be individual. Because we are giving human right based on the concept of individuality. Individuality. But we have seen a male individual is different from a female individual. At least culturally. Gender bias is always there. In such a scenario, because we have been ordained a structured pattern of existence in society says that a male is different from female. That is the reality. That is the reality. If that is the reality, you are giving some universal concept of human rights based on an individual. Who is that individual first of all? So, feminists argue rights are always a group product. It's a product of a membership to a group. Product of a membership to a group. You cannot give rights to an individual. What group that you belong? How the culture of the society has structured the hierarchy where your group belongs. Understood? That is what feminists argue. So since we have seen the structured pattern of oppression for women all these years, the giving a notion of individual human rights, again and again it will oppress women a lot. The male will also always say the right to life. They will also say right to freedom of speech. So you are giving the same freedom of speech to the men as well as the women. Already we have seen that freedom of speech, what has happened to the men and women, it is not on par. So again you are giving, you are trying to maintain status quo, that's it. The very argument of feminists is, by giving a universal human rights, the patriarchal society is trying to maintain the status quo. Nothing else they are trying to do. Already oppression is there. So in the name of universal human rights, in the name of all this freedom of speech and all these things, you are going to maintain status quo, where again the women will be oppressed. So ideally, you have to give women rights, more rights. Only then, equilibrium could be brought in, argues feminist. Right. This concept again was extended. What we call as multiculturalism. 2 years the question has come. Multicultural perspective of human rights. Multiculturalism. Many people multiculturalism they are associated with. Bhikkhu Parekh, Will Kaimlika. Okay, many people. So they take the very concept of feminist and argue the same line, but they extend to it all groups. They say rights are always group perspective. Rights are always should be seen as a group product, always. Okay. So they take same thing how the feminists say. Every group has its own hierarchical status in the society. Minority. You have something called as a minority. You have something called as a majority. So if you give universal human rights, what will happen? If you give universal human rights, what will happen? The majority in a liberal, democratic, capitalist economy will always have a say. Again you are trying to maintain a status quo. The majority wins always. The minority people, the people who are minority, the same human rights are given, the same universal notion is given, will always be at the bottom of the pyramid. Always be at the bottom of the pyramid. So they speak for minority rights. Minority rights. Okay. So rights cannot be equal in nature. It cannot be universal, it cannot be equal. Based on the structural oppression that is there in the society, rights must vary so that the equilibrium is maintained. The very notion is how the feminists argue the concept of equilibrium. Okay. That is the tool that you have at the end of the day. The state is formed to give you rights. Correct. So fundamental rights is ordained in the Indian Constitution. It is there in the Indian Constitution. What is the role of the state? It gives fundamental rights to everyone equally. Ultimately, it will only maintain a status quo. How the society existing before, the same thing will continue. The oppression there, the same oppression will continue. Women oppression continue. Dalit oppression will continue. Tribe oppression will continue. Everything will continue. There will not be any change. Only if you give different rights to different group of people. Multiculturalism, accept that different cultures exist. Different norms exist. There's a pattern of relationship exists between different cultures. See, I'll give you an example. We are having an opinion that, okay, tribes, at least I had an opinion that tribal people live jointly, they don't have any oppression among them. It's only that we see the tribes differently. In 2007 or 8, I don't remember the year, I went for research for the Toda community. Okay, so we walked around the total hills and went to the top of the hills to see how the Toda people lived. So since we do not know the path, we found a tribal woman who helped us. She told me like, okay, I will help you to go to the top of the hill. So we went along with her. And we were discussing a lot of things about the tribes, the tribal life, the women oppression and all the other things. She was telling like there was a temple there and the women are generally not allowed to go inside the temple. Around the temple there will be a mark. Beyond that point women cannot go, only men can go. And only men can dance inside that particular area. Women can dance only during the time of festivals. So all the other rules and regulations where women oppression in 21st century. I'm thinking about 2007-8. Inside the Toda community, I discussed, I recorded everything. And when I was going there at the top, there were some tribal women who were discussing, they were sitting there. And they were chatting among themselves. So I said, okay madam, give me a break. Okay. Please wait, I will go and speak with those girls and come, those ladies and come. Immediately she said, no, you shouldn't speak. You shouldn't speak. And I asked why. She told those people are robbers, basically they're thieves. So if you go and speak with them, then there's a possibility that you lose a lot of your things, belongings. So technically you will be afraid, okay? Because see, I'm going, I had my friend with me, but anyway, it's a forest area. So I said, okay, I won't go there. But I thought of discussing with them also. So what I did is, so it will work live. It won't work, correct? You don't idea, no idea, huh? So let's wait. It is on, but the current has gone off. How come the live will be on? Internet should be on, right? But this is on. You are right. Okay, I'll check it out. Okay, we will continue. It seems the live will not get off. Right. See. So what happened is like I couldn't see most of your faces, so I assume you listen. Please listen. Right. So I thought, okay, let me discuss them also. So after a while, I went and spoke with them. Only then they narrated the hierarchy inside the tribal structure in Nilgiri Hills. Okay, we went to Nilgiri Hills basically. And they said there is again a 5 tribal groups, and that is also hierarchically ordained. And these women, who these other women said as actually thieves, comes into the bottom of the pyramid, the most oppressed tribal group. Okay, and the women I spoke with is one of the top of the pyramid, the typical Toda. Okay, so technically what happens is they generally always create a discourse around the area that these people are very bad. Okay, that is the general accepted discourse. So anyone who comes generally would be told by the Toda people and the other people that is there, the topmost people there, that these people are very bad, don't speak with them. Okay, that is the argument given by this tribal group. So I was stunned to see how even in a tribal culture you have a hierarchical setup, you create lot of discourses, wrong discourses about the other society, other culture. So no culture, this is there in every, see, even our caste. One caste group of people will always speak ill of another caste. In Tamil Nadu, in my lifetime of say 40 years, I have heard bad stories about almost some 30-40 caste. Some patterns, okay, this caste, okay, this will be like that, that caste, that will be like that. Maybe you are young, you would not have heard thousands of stories. What it says is, always there is an apprehension, a misconception over the other culture. Always there is a misconception. If you mingle with that caste people, they will also be very nice. Everyone are nice. But there is always a misconception. Okay, this caste people will say, oh, they are very bad, and they will give some attributes to that caste people. Yes, please.
ஜென்ரல் கொஞ்சம் இஷ்யூவாக இருக்கு ஆனாகல. ஸோ முத்து சார் வராங்களா, ஸோ அவங்க வந்து நான் அனுப்பிட்டுறோம்.
இப்போ நான் கிளாஸ் எடுக்கணுமா வேண்டாமா?
அதான் நீங்கள் எப்படி சொல்கிறீங்களோ அதுக்கு.
லைவ் இல்லையா?
லைவ் இருக்குது சார், லைவ் போயிட்டுருக்கு. அது
பிரச்சனை இல்லை, லைவ் இல்லைனா பசங்க
மட்டும் தான் இருக்கா.
பசங்களுக்கு ஃபேன் ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லைனா எனக்கு ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை. You have any problem with the fan and the AC here? Any one of you? Human rights, universal. Any one of you? No problem. You will continue. You will continue.
Yes, sir.
Right. If you find it disturbing, then tell me, I will give you a break. Right. Okay. So, there is always a misconception. We don't understand other culture, but we create discourses about those culture that I am great, they are bad. Right. So the world lives with these discourses. We understand, accept this is the correct discourse. Who create the discourse? Our father, our mother, our kith and kin. Okay, they will always create a discourse about, wrong discourse about the next people, next caste people, next religious people, next other people. And we do not generally mingle with others, and we always think they are bad. How many stories? How many stories? This language people, they are like that. This language people, they are like that. So many of stories. So, everything is culturally determined. There is a hierarchy, there is a pattern that is existing. In such a society, to bring an equilibrium, what is required? You have to give the oppressed people more rights. The notion of universal human rights is not going to help anyone. What is the usefulness of such a universal human rights? It's not going to help anyone. Argues these multicultural people, multiculturalism. Understand and accept that different cultures do exist in the society. The misconception, discourses of misconception prevailing all over. Pattern, structure of existence that is there all over the society. In such a scenario, giving a universal human rights is not going to help anyone. It is only about giving the minority more rights, the oppressed more rights, the Dalits, the tribes and other group people more rights. Rights are always product. It's a product of a group membership. It is not based on your individual nature. Okay, this is a kind of a liberal project, says these multicultural people. It's a kind of a pure liberal project where you see everything belongs to the individual. Liberals always believe everything belongs to the individual. Okay, but these people will say no, no, no. The same similar point of view again is being echoed, but little bit differently by the communitarianism. Spelling correct? Okay, communitarianism. Okay. Communitarianism. Okay. Already we have discussed about this communitarianism, isn't it? When we discussed about John Rawls' theory of justice, and we discussed the criticism of John Rawls' theory of justice. If you want to open that, you can open it. Some one of you. Gunalan, open பண்ணி விட்டீங்கன்னா you will get a light inside. Okay, so it will be much better for the students also to see, and it will also better for me to see the students. So, I am not very sure whether you are sleeping or you are listening. See, sometimes if I see someone is sleeping, so I will raise my voice. Okay, oh, good pa, thank you. So that is the reason I always show a voice modulation. Someone I see like someone is sleeping, immediately I raise my voice so that I will disturb you sleeping. Right? Okay. It is like a Maniratni movie today. Okay. Climax fight is happening. Okay, right. Communitarianism. So, communitarians again have the same notion. Okay. What is the notion? It is the community that determines the concept of common good. So they criticize all these notion of human rights as a liberal project and say, why is this liberal project is doing? There is a heavy bit of politics that is involved. Politics of rights is involved. Okay. You are trying to rob a person of his community. It is not going to be useful to everyone. So they say, instead of doing such a politics over rights is important, everywhere you have a notion, you create a discourse that what is the most important thing? Individual freedom. Correct? That is the discourse that is prevalent all over the world today. What is the most important, cherished thing in the world today? Freedom. Isn't it? Ask anyone, everyone will say, I need freedom. I need freedom, I need rights, I have this. This is what we speak. That is how we have been conditioned. We don't know any other thing other than that. We know only one thing, freedom. Okay. This project, a liberal project, this politics is happening over the concept of rights and freedom rather than communitarians say, no, you have to replace the politics of common good. Every community has their own notion of common good. It is a shared understanding. It's a shared understanding. It's a shared understanding. A liberal mind cannot understand that. A liberal mind will say 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. Okay, 5 people are there. What you want, what you want, what you want, what you want, what you want. Majority what want, that is the common good. No, that is not the common good in case of a communitarian understanding. For communitarians, common good is a product of a community that is a shared understanding that exists in common understanding of everyone. That is there. So that is what you have to discuss. How to dwell on common good. How to create a society based on common good. Okay. Now how the society is organized? Based on individual rights. What right you want, okay, you want these rights, so I give you universal human rights, and this is the state will govern with these rules. We don't even think about the common good. Even if the parliament is trying to implement any directive principles of state policy, immediately judiciary will come and say, no, you are infringing the fundamental right, the universal human right, isn't it? Immediately the judiciary will say, you are against the universal. Yesterday I gave an example of Kerala High Court, how it said about the within 4 months, how can you understand that your wife is not good? Or you do not have a cordial relationship with your husband and wife? Within 4 months is very, very short time. I don't think so any relationship in this world can be within 4 months. A teacher-student relationship also, I would say. See, till my students write my first exam, I generally don't know who are my students. Okay, till then, it will take for me to at least a month or so to understand every individual there in the class. Okay, what they want, what are their capabilities, and as a teacher, what I could give them. Okay, what is their real motive? So how can I help? I can help them. At least it takes for even a teacher, a trained teacher, it will take at least 1 or 2 months to understand the student mindset. That is the scenario. 4 months. You are applying for a mutual divorce, the Kerala High Court has said, okay, you cannot stop. It is against the Indian Constitution, the fundamental rights for universal for everyone. So immediately you have to give them divorce. So even if some kind of common good is trying to be implemented by the parliament, the notion of human rights will come as an hindrance. They will say, no common good, nothing. It is always a fundamental right. An individual, a girl and a woman, a boy and a girl all has their own right. The boy or the girl doesn't want to live with each other, you have to respect it. That is how we understand today's world, says communitarians. So this politics of rights, forget it. I want right, forget it. Rather discuss about politics of common good. What is good for the total community? Okay, that is what communitarians argue about. So these are different discussions in the human rights, in the concept of rights. You understand? Many people, for example, Ronald Dworkin has said, rights, especially the civil and political rights, are the real trump card. An individual possesses. That is the real trump card. A real democracy, in a liberal democracy, there is always a possibility that the rulers become extremely powerful. And you have been dominated always. There is always a possibility, isn't it? So what is the trump card that you have in a liberal democracy? That you actually stop the rulers to become extremely powerful. The concept of civil and political rights that is mentioned in Indian Constitution. Okay. So there are also people like Ronald Dworkin who supports the notion of universal human rights, especially the civil and political rights. They say that should be universal. Only if it is there, the rule of law is possible. Only if it is there, the constitutionalism is possible. If there is no rule of law, what happens? Technically, again we have to go back to the so-called philosophical state of nature where right might becomes right. The person who becomes powerful always be powerful. Okay. So for these people who eulogize or at least justify this notion of civil and political rights and say rights are the real trumps, it's the real trump card that you possess. Okay. There's different discussion. Few people support the concept of human rights, few people say it is not the correct concept. Okay. Few people say no, human rights should not be there, it is actually multiculturalism. Some people would say no, feminists would say no, it's always group perspective. You cannot argue rights by individual perspective. Cultural relativist approach, again there will be two versions of cultural relativist approach. These are discussions inside the notion of human rights and rights. Okay, any doubt in this case? With this, I am completing rights. Okay, with this I am completing rights. Yes, we have discussed all notions of rights. Okay, so with this I am completing rights. See, in my notes, 375 pages which I have given. Okay, hope you would have read yesterday. If you have not read yesterday, again read. Whatever I have discussed is there. Extra points will also be there. because taking everything is not possible, because as you know, I try to explain things very keenly, so it is not possible. Then it will take 500-600 hours for me to complete the total PSIR. So certain things, other things are also there, read it. But predominantly I have covered all important notions of rights. Okay, now we will take questions. So these are the previous questions with respect to rights. Okay. Assess the significance of right to property in political theory. Here I have not discussed about it, but we have already discussed about this extensively in political ideologies. Different political ideologies I discussed differently. So I like to see who is going to connect it properly now. Okay, someone of you please connect it properly, online students. Oh, thank you. The video is live. Thank you. Just now I saw your message. Right. Connect it properly. Access the significance of right to property in political theory. Significance of right to property in political theory. Anyone of you? Anyone of you? The theoretical understanding of politics develops from different ideological perspectives. Different ideology understands property different way. So, liberal ideology. How liberal ideology, the very notion of liberalism, in fact, the liberal theory in politics starts with the notion of property. What John Locke says? John Locke says, why you want to create state? Why you want to create state? To protect life, liberty and property. So, the very liberal theory in politics starts with the notion of property. The conservatives, even though they are against the liberals, in all the other things, they are not against property. Hope you remember what I took in conservatism. But their notion of justification of property was different in case of conservatism. How they justified? They said, it gives a sense of security. So, the liberals will argue it is an individual right, entitlement theory of justice. Because my father got it in a just way, like how Robert Nozick argues. My father got it, the property, in a just way, and that property has been transferred in a just way. So, acquisition, just acquisition, transfer, just transfer, then I have the whole right to property. That is the true justice, argued Robert Nozick. That is a liberal understanding. But conservatists, but socialists, the total socialist theory starts from one simple notion, abolition of private property. So socialism differentiates property in two different things. One is individual property, another is private property. For socialism, individual property is not a problem. So you can have your shirt, pant, everything individually you can own, a car or a bike, as long as it represents your fruit of labor, the fruits of your labor. You work hard, you buy a car, a bike for you. What is wrong in it? But they differentiate something as a private property. Private property is a property by which you do a business. That is wrong. Socialism. Abolition of all private property. You cannot have any private property. So, the liberal theory starts with property. The socialist theory starts with property. All these things are enrich the political theory. In political theory, we read about different concepts. We read about the concept of state. We read about the concept of liberty, rights. Everything has its roots in the right to property. That is where all theory starts. Okay, so that is how we have to argue. So how significant the concept of right to property in the development of a liberal theory, a socialist theory, a neoliberal theory, hence a political theory. Okay, that is how we have to argue for this question. Okay, right. Discuss the doctrine of rights as trumps. Just now I explained you how Ronald Dworkin argued in a civil society what is the real trump card that you have. It is only a civil right and a political right. Otherwise, you don't have any trump card. Okay. So that is how these trumps, that people have exercised these trumps all these years. The development of democracy has shown. The very idea of constitution has come because of the people who have exercised this trump card. Okay, right. So what do you understand by three generations of human rights? Third question. Just now we discussed Karel Vasek, all the three generations of human rights. You have to write a direct question. What do you understand multiculturalism? This could become multiculturalism. The same thing. Okay. Direct question. What is multiculturalism? What are the tenets of multiculturalism? You have to write it. Implementation of human rights is regarded as a matter of changing the conduct of states. Comment. Right. Same thing, but you have to approach a little bit of differently. So what happens that the Indian Constitution given us a lot of rights. Okay. Now, if you understand executive or legislative is behaving little bit authoritatively, you have the right, as Donald Dworkin has said, it's a trump card. So, you can structure the way by which the states behave. That you have in your hand. Okay. Otherwise, you have to wait for the next election. Okay. Even the next election is the political right at the end of the day. Okay. So that is how we have to argue. The same argument, what you give for right as trumps and all the other things. I'm sorry. What happened? Okay. Seventh question, because that is visible now. Analyze the relationship between natural rights and human rights. Right. You have to understand both are almost the same, but என்னாச்சுன்னு எனக்கும் தெரியல, நான் சும்மா தொட்டேன், அதெல்லாம் கரெக்டாக இருக்கு. ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ. ஆனால் இங்கே வரலையே. வந்துச்சு வந்துச்சுப்பா. தேங்க்யூ. Okay. So let's discuss without touching it. So where is the seventh point? Seventh question. Analyze the relationship between natural rights and human rights. So we have to understand the concept of natural rights and human rights is almost the same, but they are of different historical time period. When the concept of natural rights emerged, all people thought that nature is something that is permanent, okay, and from nature we get certain rights or certain laws. But the concept of human rights, even though that came in the 18th century last thing, basically emerged after the scientific development. I would say after the Charles Darwin's theory. Okay, how people started to understand that it is not God who has created human being, but human being is a process of evolution. Okay, that is the first thing, as Karl Marx has said. Now people understand that God has not created us. Okay, so now all superstition is gone. We always fear about that. Okay? God created us, so since because God created us, so if you do anything, the God will become unhappy. That has been broken now. That has been broken now because we understand God has not created us. Human beings have come because of the process of evaluation, as Marx has said. So this scientific logic, people started to understand. So people started to understand a human being is a process of natural evolution. So to have a human existence different from the earlier existence. Okay, so earlier you lived like a monkey. Okay, before that you lived like some animal. Okay, so this human existence needs some special rights. So that is the development of this concept of human rights. So human rights is a historical product. The development of science and other things, the concept of human rights have come. Okay, so the concept of natural rights, even though it tries to say the same thing, it was a product of that century history which understood nature is the base of everything. So you become a human being because nature created you. You understood. So human being is that product of history. But definitely there is a lot of relationship, how you understand. For example, John Locke says, right to life, liberty and property. That is a natural right. See our fundamental right, which is nothing but a human right. Right to life is there, right to freedom is there, right to property once there, now it is taken as kept as other constitutional right. Anyway, it is a right. Right. Anyway, it is also considered as one of the more important right. So, how you derive differs, natural right and human right, but the conclusion is the same. What are the rights is the same. Okay, it's almost the same. Okay. Thinkers to thinkers varied, what is the natural right? But now we are living in an era where we have an organized system. We have an international convention saying these are the human rights. Okay, and every party to the convention accepts these are the human rights. You understood? So that is how we have to argue. Okay, these are products, different time periods, products of different time periods. Okay, this is the seventh question. Idea of natural rights, a direct question. Eighth question, examine the multicultural perspective of rights. Already discussed it. Multiculturalism it has repeated actually. Implementation of human rights is regarded as a matter of changing conduct of states. Already discussed. See, this is how the question would come, guys. Okay. Any doubt in this? I hope now you know how to approach. Okay. With this, we will go to the next segment, which is nothing but power. Today we would have known what is power, because 2 times it was off. I am not discussing about electrical power. This is a different power. Right. What is power? What is power?
Making someone to do
Making someone
something for me.
making someone to do something
For me.
for you. Okay, excellent, excellent. Anything else, guys? Anything else? So, dominance for one another, ability to influence, very good. All are coming from only one point of view, but all are right. All are coming from only one point of view. I want the other point of view also. So, one person says that you want to influence something, get things from other people, influence someone, domination. What is the other version? Think, think, think. Think, think. It is there in the answer that all of you have told. It is there in the answer. It is only the other way of thinking it.
Tool of oppression.
Tool of
oppression.
Cool of oppression.
Tool.
Tool of oppression. Okay. Again, you are coming with the same angle. Come from a different angle.
Someone stop being influenced by someone.
Very good. So, influencing is also a power. Not being influenced is also a power. Okay. If someone is trying to influence me, I am not influenced, I am not moved. Then I am powerful. Correct. Can you influence the chief minister? You can't. Okay. Only during elections you can. Okay. Otherwise, only during elections citizen is powerful. Otherwise, the chief minister and the prime minister is powerful. Correct. So that is how. So even if I am not influenced, that is power. So power is not a product. It is basically a relation. Okay. Power emanates between relations. Okay. Between one or two persons. That is how you understand power. Between relations. Understood? Right. Different thinkers have understood power differently. How power has come, how power has been existing in the society, what is power. But generally, we understand power as a source of some aspect of society. For example, in Indian society, caste status gives you power. In otherwise, your membership to a particular caste, a social group, will give you power. That is, you can influence others because of membership of a particular caste. In the Marxist theory, they would say, a membership to a particular class gives you power. That is, just because you are born in a particular class or you reach to the particular status of a particular class, you get power. A typical feminist will argue, the gender will give you power. Right. So, everyone have the way of understanding what is the source of power. So, the source of power varies, but we can understand power is something that is dissipated everywhere. Okay. Power is structurally ordained. Always there is a structural notion of power. Power structures, we speak about power structures. So, we see power as a product of a social group, of a product of some kind of a social relation. So, what is the product of a social relation, sir? How do you explain it? Okay. A relationship between a landlord and a laborer. That is a social relation that is there. Okay. The landlord is always powerful over the laborer. Okay. So, every social relations is powerfully or structurally ordered. That is how we see society. Many thinkers have worked on it, but most important thinker when it comes to power is Max Weber. Max Weber tries to say what is power, how you want to say, how you want to describe a power. He gives a simple formula. authority is equal to power plus legitimacy. Authority is equal to power plus legitimacy. Right. So, everyone is having power based on the culture, the society where they are living in. But only the power that I have is being legitimized. In other words, we are living in a classroom, all of you accept that I am a teacher, so I speak, you listen. Correct. Because of the consent that is there, because of the law of officers IAS Academy says that this is a teacher, this is a student. So when teacher comes to the classroom, all student has to sit, they have to listen. Law of the land, legitimacy. Legitimate means according to law. Legitimate means legally correct. Okay, that is what legitimate is. So according to the law, you have to come, you have to sit, you have to listen. I have to come, I have to take class. So the power of a teacher to take class and the law of the land, the legitimate nature of such power gives me an authority in this class. So I have an authority here. Okay. Chief Minister has an authority inside Tamil Nadu. The Prime Minister has an authority in certain areas inside India. Understood? Why they have an authority? Because lawfully ordained, legally accepted. You understood? So, he says that power is something that, as we have already discussed, a right to influence. If A has power over B, if A can influence others, then we can say power, this person has a power. But that power of me over you, only if it is legitimate. Only if it is legitimate. That is, it is accepted by all the people that is there. Acceptance can be any way. I will explain you. Wait a minute. Okay. So acceptance can be by any way. But only if there is legitimate acceptance, then it becomes an authority. So Max Weber says there are three kinds of authority. What are the three kinds of authority? Traditional authority, charismatic authority, and legal rational authority. Okay. Write it down, please write it down. Sometimes you won't get it somewhere. These are direct questions. Direct questions. Okay. Traditional authority, charismatic authority, and legal rational authority. Traditionally, based on our tradition, certain people or certain social group get power. Correct? Just now I told you about how one caste group is getting power in a region. How male gets power over female in certain relations. Okay. So how female gets power in certain relations. So technically our tradition gives power. The same tradition, if it gives the legitimacy also, then it becomes a traditional authority. Traditional authority. A caste leader, a religious leader who controls the people of all their religion, people of all their caste. Based on what authority? There is no law of the land. There is no written law of the land. No one has accepted the law of the land, like how in Office IAS Academy you have a law of the land, I am teacher. That scenario is not there. Right? That scenario is not there. But he comes from a particular religion. And you obey him. Right? You obey him. On what authority he has to control you? Whatever he says, you accept it. Traditional authority. Based on the tradition, you give that legitimacy, you accept, you give that consent. Here legitimacy is consent. Here legitimacy is consent. Okay. So that authority becomes legitimate. So a kind of traditional authority emerges. Sometimes the authority will also be charismatic in nature. Charismatic in nature. What is this charismatic authority? Give me examples of charismatic authority. Some examples. Government. God-mans. I would put God-mans inside the traditional authority. Why you want to put them in a charismatic authority? Okay, it's a combination of both. Given typical example where charismatic authority functions independently. Gandhi, Nehru, good. In a sense, the charisma of Mahatma Gandhi. Take a simple example of a cinema superstar. Becomes easy to understand. Like, the tradition definitely has not said Rajinikanth or Kamal Haasan is a superstar. Correct. But the charisma of an MGR have created one party, and even today people would say, see, this is not a joke. See, seriously, even in my research, last year I got 2 people who said we will definitely vote for ADMK because the party started by MGR. Okay, even today. Okay, whatever you argue, they will not listen. They will say no. Party started by MGR. I am an MGR fan. So till I die, I will put vote only for ADMK. Okay, these people still live. Okay, so charismatic authority. The control that charisma has, the people give legitimate consent. I give the consent. That is not traditional. Maybe the example that he gave as a Godman is both charismatic as well as traditional, but this is purely charismatic authority. But there is no tradition which says. But sometimes nowadays it becomes tradition, you know. A father would be a MGR fan. His son would be a Rajini fan. And he will argue, is a tradition that he become a fan of someone. And I have to follow his words. Okay. All these people also live today. Right. So this is a kind of a charismatic authority. But Max Weber says, what is the best form of authority? He says it's a legal rational authority. All the other 2 things are not rational in nature. These are not rational. Traditional authority, charismatic authority, there will be a lot of opposition in tradition. So you give a consent to the tradition. Charisma, you do not know who is the superstar is, what is the real nature is. But based on the charisma, the so-called media image, you give authority, you give a consent, legitimacy to a particular person. That is not correct. But what is the real way? The power with a legitimate, legal, rational way. That is the law of the land, like how we function today. If I am not here, any teacher comes, you will be like this only. You have to be like this only, because that is how the law of the land says. You are a student, I am a teacher. Okay. I am not controlling based on any charisma or not based on any tradition that is there. Even though it might function, that's a different story. But the truth is legally ordained as per the rule of this institution concerned. Between 4 to 8, you have a teacher who will come and take in this class, and you have to listen to this, because that is an agreement that is there. Legal, rational, that's it. That authority is most preferred. Okay. Such kind of power is most preferred. Okay. So Max Weber, what Max Weber did is, he has deciphered into the small aspects of power, how power functions. Like Karl Marx, for Marx, power is basically associated with exploitation. Right. Who generally has power? The people of upper class. The power is becomes synonymous with exploitation, but not for Max Weber. Okay. He understands power is important, but power has to be legitimate enough so that they exhibit that an authority in the society. Right. Anna Hadent concept of power is something that is also important, but we will read that in Anna Hadent, not here. Okay, because it's a very small concept of power. Another most important concept of power is Michael Foucault's concept of power. Michael Foucault. T is silent. Actually, we have to call him Michael Foucault, but we call him Michael Foucault. Right. Who is this Michael Foucault? A post-structuralist thinker and a scholar, very, very important thinker in a post-structuralist tradition, post-modern tradition, okay. Very, very important thinker in the contemporary political theory. Okay. But in our syllabus, Michael Foucault is not there, but in power it is there. So Michael Foucault's concept of power is very, very important. Okay. How Michael Foucault is different from others? So for others, power is structurally ordained. Structurally ordained. It's a product of a social group. Membership to a social group, some people would say. Because you belong to this gender, because you belong to this class, because you belong to this caste, gives you power. But for Michael Foucault, power is something that is deciphered everywhere. That is there everywhere. There are micro aspects of power that is there. I will tell you how. Historically, Michael Foucault understands what is power. Historically. So Michael Foucault classifies the world history into three different ways and says that in different time periods we have to understand Michael Foucault is also a partial Marxist. Okay. So again he also believes in this historical period. So every different historical period had different aspect of power working. Okay, so Michael Foucault classifies power into three forms. First one is sovereign power. Next one is juridical power. Please write it down. This is not there in the notes which I have given. Juridical power. Next one is the now power, which is called as disciplinary power. Disciplinary power. Okay. Sovereign power, juridical power, and disciplinary power. So, what Michael Foucault does is, first of all, he tries to say what is power. So, Michael Foucault first analyzes the total society, how the people have lived, and through that he tries to understand what is power. First he says how the earlier kings have lived, tries to understand how the earlier kings have lived. So Michael Foucault says very, very important guys, even for at least for political theory forget it, political science forget it. Anything in life Michael Foucault becomes very, very important. The reason being one of the most celebrated thinker of recent times, Michael Foucault. Political science questions might not come, but his influence the Michael Foucault has created in the literary tradition, the social science tradition, the political tradition going forward will be very, very high. The concept of discourses that Michael Foucault has created, okay, all these things might become very, very important in the future also. Important thinker, right? So he analyzes the society and says how the people controlled the common people, the rulers controlled the common mass. In other words, how the sovereign controlled the common mass. Earlier, some 500 years ago, Michael Foucault says, if any mistake is done, the people will be called to the public and they will be beheaded publicly, so that a notion of fear would be kept to all the people so that the people conform to the rules of the land. Okay. So, power is not a product of the person who is there, or neither the product of the person who is being oppressed, but it is there in the process, it is there in the relation. How you accept or conform to the sovereign that is there. Okay. So, earlier days, power exhibited or showed only one form, the sovereign form. Okay. It worked only through fear. It worked only through fear. The king will come. If anyone does a mistake, what the king will do? He will kill the person publicly. Okay, so that he will show that if you do a mistake, you will be killed. The notion of fear, deterrence will come in everyone's mind, so they will start accepting the norm that is created by the king. You understood? That is a sovereign power. The eras change a little bit according to Michael Foucault, and during the 19th and 20th, 18th and 19th century, a kind of a juridical power started to come. The same way, but it works in a different way. Someone does a mistake, take him to the police station, lawfully, based on the law of the land, judiciary, you put it inside, and then you beat him. Okay, and you tell to the people this is the law of the land, this is the rule of law. So, based on the rule of law, I am eating. So, in other words, you try that the people conform to the rule of law. So, what is power? Power is not something the sovereign has, not something the police has, but something by which you accept. Okay, you accept the already existing rules. That is where the power is there. Okay. Now, he says, the society has changed hugely after the advent of industrial revolution, especially in this postmodern world. In the postmodern world, you do not get one way of conforming to the norms of the society. You do not get, like how in the 14th and 15th century, the people conform to the norms, the rules and rules of the land, rules and regulation of the land based on the sovereign power, fear. Is a juridical notion. Now, that time period, people accepted the norms based on rule of law. But today, the people accept because there are multiple relations that works, multiple discourse that has been created. Every discourse gives you different meaning, says Michael Foucault. For example, I am a teacher, so I have a power in this class. Once I get out of this class, I don't have a power. Okay, I can ask you now, get up, answer this. I can tell you. Okay, if someone is not answering, I can tell, please vacate. But the same thing I cannot do in a shop. Both of a consumer there. You are a customer, I am a customer. Say, you have come to buy noodles, I have come to buy pasta. Okay, I cannot order you and say in a shop, don't buy noodles. That is not good. Get out of the shop. I cannot say. Power varies. Okay. So every consumer. So what Michael Foucault tried to say is, the society has developed hugely over the years. Different discourses has been created. People start to understand different ways of society. Different social relationships emerge. Every social relation has its own norms, rules and regulations which people conform. Okay. So a kind of discipline started to come, especially in this market economy. People understand their roles. People understand your roles. You understand your role. You go to a shop, what is the role? You are the customer. Okay, see, for example, that is my shop. Okay, I am a person who is selling. So there, the relation between you and me is what? A shopkeeper and a customer. But here, so power varies. We understand roles. So, Michael Foucault says, society has developed hugely that society now rules through discipline. The discipline we learn through the different discourses that is there. The discourse that we have created, the ideas, that is how society has to run. Father means this is what father is. Mother means this is what father is. Shop means this is what shop is. Teacher means this is what the ideas associated with certain discourse. Okay. So these has created a huge discipline. So this discipline is making to function. In other words, he is bringing in a concept of panopticon. What it is, see, it's a metaphor that was used by Jeremy Bentham. Okay, the first thing to explain. Jeremy Bentham says, in a cell, okay, in a jail, there will be lot of prisoners. Okay, there will be lot of prisoners. And in the center of the jail, there will be a small tower. All the prisoners will assume that you have been watched. Ideally, you will never be watched. Ideally, you will never be watched. Practically, it is impossible for a person to sit in the tower to watch all the people that is around. Maybe there could be 400 rooms around the particular tower. One person inside the tower cannot be watching all the 400 prisoners. But just because there is a small tower in the center of the prison which is facing all the prison rooms, every prisoner will understand that what if he is being watched. So what he will do? He will develop a notion of discipline. He will develop a notion of discipline, says Michael Foucault. So this discipline has come today. We have created thousands of discourses. Discourses means everything is a discourse. Even this AC gives you a perception of the use of the AC, how to use the AC. Okay. So everything is a discourse. An idea is a discourse. Okay. A teacher is a discourse. Everything is a discourse. So he tries to see the societies as symbols. Even if you don't understand, don't worry. Okay. What are the three important things? These are the three important things. Okay. Even if you can't get inside what Michael Foucault is saying, no problem. Okay. So he says there are millions and thousands of power relations that are existing in the society. What is state? State lies in codifying these millions of power relations. State lies in codifying these millions of power relations. These millions of power relations is being created because of the market economy, all the social processes which happened after the 19th and 20th century. So many discourses has been formed and different rules and norms and regulations have been formed. People conform to it. People have developed a notion of discipline. In shop, I have to behave like that. To a teacher, I have to behave like that. To a father, I have to behave like that. In a church, I have to behave like that. When you go, so you have developed a notion of discipline. Earlier, the discipline was created by a sovereign. Later, the discipline was created by a judiciary. But today, who creates the discipline? It is self-evolving. It is self-evolving. Discipline is self-evolving in the society because of the discourse that is being created. The development of market economy. The way by which the society has hugely developed after the industrial revolution. Now you don't want a sovereign to create discipline, you don't want a judiciary to create discipline, but the power relation, the different power relation automatically emerges. You understand what is your role in a shop, you understand what is your role in a education system, you understand what is your role inside a court. You understand. So what is the role of the state there? Initially, the role of the state is to create a fear. Then the role of the state is to create a rule of law. But today, the role of the state is to codify the millions of power relations that exist, which you have created. Knowingly, unknowingly, the human development, the way by which the social human development is happening, like how Marx has said, material mode of production. Okay, the world is moving, the material production is happening. Millions of new ways functioning is being happening. It is creating new power relations. Okay, this the state has not created, this the judiciary has not created, but it is automatically happening because of the development of material productive forces. You understood? Slowly and steadily it is developing. And what is the role of the state? What is the role of the state? What is the role of the government? You create law to codify these millions of power relations that is automatically created. These disciplinary power that is automatically created. Today, people work not based on fear, but based on discipline. You understood? I confirm based on discipline, not on fear, says Michael Foucault. Okay, simple logic. Understand how the society has transformed. Once people ruled through fear, then people through juridical setup, they ruled through rule of law. Now people rule by codifying the millions of power relations which automatically gets created in the society because of the development of material productive forces, development of discourses, development of discipline. So now the power is not a product of sovereign, but sovereign codifies power which is a product of society. It is actually the other way around. Initially, power emanated from the actions of sovereign through fear, you confirmed. But today it is not the case. Power emanates because the society is changing. Millions of discourses has been created. Understood? So what is the role of the sovereign today? To codify it. Can you understand? Can you understand? Little bit tougher, I know. Michael Foucault is not an easy philosopher to understand. But this is enough for the exam. Even if you don't understand, what is Michael Foucault's concept of power? Right, Michael Foucault classifies power into three ways: sovereign power, juridical power, disciplinary power. They define what is the sovereign power. During that time, the sovereign power, the people exhibited sovereign power through fear. Then rule of law, juridical power. Then comes the disciplinary power. Michael Foucault says, because of the development of material productive forces, millions of power relations created in the society, which creates discipline. That's it. Okay. So the role of the state is to codify that disciplinary power that exists, which is the product of the society. Finish it off. This is the correct answer for the Michael Foucault notion of power. Okay. So power in three different ways to understand. Right. Okay. In other words, I can put it, power is not a product of a pure structure. Okay. There is nothing called as a hierarchy of power relations anymore. A upper caste, a lower caste, a capitalist class, a working class. Power should not be understood in that way, according to Michael Foucault. Okay. So power has to be understood a little bit differently. What is power? It's a social relation. It's a way by which you confirm. That is what power is all about. Okay. So he tries to say how power varies. That's it. Okay. That is the reason we call Michael Foucault as a post-structuralist. Yeah. But if you ask Michael Foucault will say, I am a structuralist thinker. The reason is, Michael Foucault will say, how the discourse has been formed. Again, we will confuse, leave it. Okay. So this, remember this. Okay. So according to us, Michael Foucault is post-structuralist. These are the different ways of power: sovereign, juridical and disciplinary power. And today we are living in an era of disciplinary power. That's it. Any doubt in this case? If you could ask me a little bit of more doubts, I will be in a position to tell you more. Okay. Any other doubts in power? Any other doubts in Michael Foucault's notion of power? Okay. If you have not understood it, no problem. We will go to another concept. I will revisit it so that maybe after discussing this concept, maybe like you will understand Michael Foucault a little bit more. Right.
Power is what is present around. Then if there is disciplinary among people, then why harassments and taking place, especially on women? They are self-disciplinary.
Okay.
Being a woman.
there is something called as a discursive formation, okay, in Michael Foucault theory. How a discourse gives a wrong notion, okay, that what we call as discursive formation. Again, a complicated theory to explain. For example, I have told you, you understand seeing something, you develop a norms, rules and regulations and you conform to it. But sometimes what happens is, that will not be understood in a similar way, okay, what is expected. In a shop, you have to behave as a consumer, okay, you have to go, you have to ask for what is required, you have to get it, that is a normal norm, that is a discipline that you have developed, you should have developed. But because of certain discursive formations, the way by which you understand discourse differently, there is a point that you go to a shop and try to steal it, right? Try to steal it, because you wrongly understood the notion of power there. That is what Michael Foucault called discursive formation, okay, how a discourse has in itself an ability to give a different meaning to different people, okay. So that is the reason, as we have said, this disciplinary power might not always be disciplinary in nature. But Michael Foucault, what he says is, he accepts the discursive formation. He says that this is how the society is functioning. So you have to codify these notions of power, and the wrongdoers, the society is giving punishments. You are punished if you steal, correct? No one will be left free, okay. But he is trying to understand the process by which what is happening inside, okay. He is trying, as a social scientist, he is trying to see what is the underlying process. So he is giving a discourse formation, discursive formation, okay. The discourse that forms into a disciplinary power, and the discursive formations might, as you said, the people might misunderstand it, okay, right. Any other doubts in it? It will be a little bit tougher initially, okay, but all these things is not required for the exam. Discursive formation, definitely they will not ask. This is of high level, definitely they will not ask. Only they will ask, what is Michael Foucault and power, theory of power. These 3 points, if it is there, you will get good marks, that's it, okay. Any other doubts in this? I will go to another topic, then we will come back, okay, then it will be better for us to discuss, okay. So now, because in our syllabus we have power, legitimacy, ideology and hegemony, and again in Antonio Gramsci we again have ideology and hegemony. So what I thought is, I am going to couple both now, okay. So I am going to take Antonio Gramsci plus the concept of ideology, legitimacy and hegemony, and after finishing Antonio Gramsci, I will again go to the Jürgen Habermas notion of crisis of legitimacy, okay, that is power, okay. So I will couple it because of lack of time, right, okay. Antonio Gramsci, that is there in our syllabus as Western political thought. Inside Western political thought, we do have Antonio Gramsci, okay. He is one of the profound thinkers in the concept of ideology, hegemony, okay, legitimacy, profound thinker, right. All of you already have written an answer, okay. Hope you remember how Gramscian thought process of war of position and war of maneuvering, Mahatma Gandhi, okay. Few have written, few have skipped the test, not an issue, okay. So this Antonio Gramsci, who is this Antonio Gramsci first of all? Any one of you? Who is this Antonio Gramsci first of all? Who is this guy? Online students also. Who is this guy, Antonio Gramsci? Already you have answered. Few have also written it correctly. Ah, correct. Who said post-Marxist? Cannot be considered as a post-Marxist. Okay. Post-Marxism is a kind of an ideological variant that emerged latestly, very newly, based on the culmination of the combination of the thinking of Sigmund Freud and Karl Marx. Okay, it's a different school of thought. Okay, so this person, as he said, is an Italian Marxist, can be called as a neo-Marxist, but sometimes people would say inside orthodox Marxism he would come. Antonio Gramsci was living in the era of Mussolini. Okay, the person who was responsible for the Second World War. Okay, you want a break? Already 2 hours now. So because this will take another half an hour to 45 minutes if I take Antonio Gramsci. Okay, we will have a break. Okay. 6:01 now, so we will have till 6:15. Okay, come back by 6:15. We will discuss Antonio Gramsci. Thank you. Hello. Right, we will continue. Antonio Gramsci. Antonio Gramsci lived during Mussolini's period. Okay. So, Mussolini during 1917 to 1939 literally controlled Italy. Okay. With this fascist ideology and fascist program. Antonio Gramsci, as a communist, was against Mussolini. So he was imprisoned, okay, and he was put inside bars. And from the prison, Antonio Gramsci writes prison notebooks. From what he has written, which was published later, the title of Prison Notebooks. This is where we get a lot of writings of Antonio Gramsci, Marxian thinker who followed the traditions of Marxism to a greater extent, but extended Marxism to the current scenario. What Antonio Gramsci did is, Antonio Gramsci wanted to understand how the class that is dominant in the material production controls the other class. Okay. In a typical Marxist theory, one class controls the other class. Okay, controls the other class. The ideology of the ruling class are ruling ideas. The ideology of the ruling class are ruling ideas. Okay. Antonio Gramsci, at that point of time, Marx, most of the writings of Karl Marx are not available. You have to understand. Now we get a lot of writings of Karl Marx, like we get the Economics, a Philosophical Manifesto 1844, which Marx has written, and we get to see lot of writings. But at that point of time, when Antonio Gramsci was writing, only orthodox Marxism was floated by Russian Marxists, Lenin, Stalin, and other people. Only orthodox Marxism. A typical orthodox Marxism always believes that a upper class, that is a capitalist class, will control the working class to the force. Okay, this is orthodox Marxism. It was floated by Lenin and Stalin. Even though Marx was against the very idea of controlling of force, which now we understand it, but at that point of time, when Antonio Gramsci was writing the Prison Notebooks in 1917, Antonio Gramsci did not know about that. Gramsci did not know about it. Okay. Right. So Gramsci did not get to understand the exact notion of Marxism, but the kind of orthodox Marxism that he knows, he wanted to revisit Marxism and he wanted to see how one class maintains domination over the other class in a society. How one class maintains its domination over the other class in the society. So Antonio Gramsci comes with a simple philosophy and formula, concept of hegemony. Hegemony. Hegemony or hegemony literally means leadership. According to Antonio Gramsci, the dominant class, the class that is dominant in the material production, do not control the other class by force, but they control through exhibiting a leadership, exhibiting a hegemony, a leadership. So what constitutes that leadership? That is very important. What constitutes? How come one class can have a leadership? This leadership and hegemony is given to the particular class because of the notion of legitimacy. Consent. Legitimacy is consent. Legitimacy is consent. A typical liberal project would say, a state rules by consent. Correct. A state rules by consent. Correct. Say every 5 years there is an election. So you give legitimacy to the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister. So whatever the Prime Minister, the Chief Minister, whatever the Parliament or the State Legislature, the State Legislative Council or the Rajya Sabha, whatever they does, who gives the power? You give the power for the next 5 years or so. The power that derive from you, the consent that you have given. I accept my Prime Minister, I accept my Chief Minister, I accept the laws that is made in the Tamil Nadu legislature, I accept the law that is made in the state Tamil Indian Parliament. The consent that you have given, it is the very basic of state. That is the very basic of rule of law. That is the very basic of constitutionalism. In a typical liberal theory, correct, no doubt in it. So Antonio Gramsci says, by what way you maintain the legitimacy? By what way? Okay, so Antonio Gramsci would differentiate the total society into political society and a civil society. Political society and civil society. Okay. Gramsci says, the consent, the leadership that is being exhibited, okay, you give the leadership, you give the consent. Who create that consent? Okay. For the political society, you give the consent to the political society that is created by the capitalist class. The capitalist class has created laws of the land. The capitalist class says that every 5 years there will be election. The capitalist class says that there will be a president. The capitalist class says that there is a parliament. Understand a typical Marxist understanding. Okay, a typical Marxist understanding. What Marxist understanding says? The people who is controlling the mode of production will control the all other intellectual life forms, including state, law, everything, even politics. Correct. So Marx says, Antonio Gramsci says, so the capitalist class has created this law. The capitalist class has created this state. The capitalist class has created all these rules and regulations. Correct. To serve whose interest? Capitalist interest. Okay. According to Marx, capitalist class creates state, law, rules, regulations, constitution, everything who creates? Capitalist class, according to Marx. Correct. Correct. So we people, working class, and all the other small classes like lumpen proletariat, all other classes, accept legitimacy. Correct. We give our legitimacy to the law, the state rules, knowing that only Adani will be ruling, only Ambani will be ruling, knowing that only a corporate company will be ruling. But in spite of all these things, we give legitimacy to the state, law, rules, regulation, constitution. We give. Every 5 years you go and vote. Knowingly, Stalin will come, tomorrow Udayanithi Stalin will come. You know it. Everyone will know it. Tell me someone, you don't know it, you know it. Whether he is fit, that's a different story. Okay, like Seaman has said, now everyone know all institution will be controlled by DMK now. Cinema, now every movie is released by only Udayanithi Stalin's production, all movie. Even before election we know it. Even before election we know if we vote for DMK, that will happen. Okay, now it is happening, there is no surprise. But we still vote for DMK. You give legitimacy. Why? Antonio Gramsci analyzes. Why? You know there is a capitalist class who controls the business everywhere, and you know this total law of the land, state, rules, regulation, constitution, everything is created by these businessmen. Okay, and they are conducting periodic elections. You know that if you go and vote for them, they will control you for the next 5 years. You know that everything you know, but still you give the consent. Why? Understood? You give the legitimacy. Why? So Antonio Gramsci argues how it is done. How it is done. How this capitalist class can get that legitimacy. How and why you are not aware that in spite of all these things is being supporting, helping the capitalist class. Knowing that it will help the capitalist class, it is not going to help you. Knowing that you still vote for the same people. Why? Antonio Gramsci analyzes. You got it? Any doubt in this? Any doubt in this? Okay. Simply understand. Simply understand. So, Antonio Gramsci says, all the people, working class, the lumpen proletariats, all the other classes in the society know that this is being created. Okay. But you still vote for them, you still give your legitimacy to all the institutions which the capitalist class has created. You give the legitimacy. Why? This is where he gives some simple analysis. He says, society is being divided into political society and civil society. Civil society. Okay. The political society is nothing but which represents the law, all the other things, state, parliamentarians, all the others, political society. In civil society, there are many institutions like family, church, educational institution. There are many institutions in civil society. Okay. So, Antonio Gramsci says, every point of time in history, okay, what he calls a social block. In every social block, the capitalist class will create organic individuals organic intellectuals. Okay. So, in every social block, every point of time in history, the capitalist class will create organic intellectuals who are directly benefited. Who are the organic intellectuals? The people who are directly benefited from the mode of production. Right? Organic intellectuals to create an ideology in the civil society. To create an ideology in the civil society, which he calls it as an organic ideology. Organic ideology. Okay. This ideology legitimizes the ethos of capitalist class. This ideology legitimizes the ethos of capitalist class. Now what happens? You will say, there is a discourse that will say, if you ask someone, why these people are poor? Why these people are poor? What is the common understanding? Common understanding is, they are poor because they are lazy. Correct? You accept it. See, he accepts it. All of us accept that. Most of us, people won't say, but they would say, they will accept it. Why? You understand, I have seen thousands and lakhs of people who also work 15 hours, 16 hours a day, but still they are poor. Still they are poor. So there is a definite problem, the structure of the society, but a common person cannot see it, but there is a discourse that is prevalent. What the discourse says? They are lazy, they are poor. So it justifies the people who work, justifies that merit wins. Okay. In other words, it justifies the people who is powerful as meritorious. So you try to see, oh, Ambani has won because he worked a lot. Okay. So someone goes in a car, you understand that, oh, he is earning because he is earning a lot, he is working a lot, he is earning. That is not the case always. He is also working 15 hours a day. You understand? In other words, these discourses that is prevalent, they are lazy, so they are poor, indirectly legitimizes that the person who is rich is actually working. Not always the case. He might be rich because his father is rich. Okay, he might be rich because his father is rich, because he read in a bigger foreign institution. Okay, there is a structured pattern because he comes from an upper caste, because there are some cultural, some kind of things which already sanctifies his dominance. We don't understand that, but there is a discourse. Who created the discourse? Organic intellectuals. They create the discourse legitimizing the capitalist ethos. The ethos that justify capitalism. Ethos that justify capitalism. Making money for the sake of making money. Nothing wrong in making money. Nothing wrong in making money. You have to make money. These are the ethos of capitalism. Make money for the sake of make money. You cannot, when you are making money, you should not have conscience first of all. Okay. If you are so good hearted, you cannot make money. So to make money, anything is justifiable because money buys everything. Okay. People live like that today. They justify it. You understood? So these are certain ideological control that we have. Okay, that capitalism is good. We need capitalism. Without capitalism, without private party, we cannot survive. Okay, the people who is working, he is meritorious, he is winning. The lazy people are suffering. Okay, this is some organic ideology. This is what he called as organic ideology. This is something that is controlling a mind without making you understand that you have been controlled. You believe that is right. You believe that is right. You understand? So who create that? Organic intellectuals. Who create that organic intellectuals? This capitalist class. Capitalist class. Okay. So Antonio Gramsci says the same civil society, there are also traditional intellectuals. So he differentiates organic intellectuals from traditional intellectuals. Who are these traditional intellectuals? These are the intellectuals who are in the civil society based on tradition. The tradition has granted them. Like a landlord. A landlord could be a typical organic intellectual also. Okay. So what is the use of these intellectuals? Point number one. What is the use of these intellectuals? As I already told you in yesterday's class. You are dependent on a landlord. You are dependent on a landlord. So, you are going to vote. If a landlord says, vote for DMK, okay, I will count it. Okay. Because there is a small village, there is only 500 votes. And all the 500 people are working under the same landlord. So, ideally, if the landlord has said vote for DMK, and if they don't get 500 votes there, technically it is directly says that you are not voted for what the landlord has said, right? And based on the streets and wards, they will easily find which street has not voted. So what you will ideally do? What you will ideally do? You will vote what the landlord has said. So in areas where these intellectuals are, they can control the ideology of the society. They can make you believe that this is right because you are dependent on them. Okay. So capitalist class uses these organic intellectuals, creates their organic intellectuals, and there are also many traditional intellectuals like family. In a family you have father, you have kith and kin, and a church. In a church you have a priest. You have your own caste and you have a caste leader. These are traditional intellectuals who are not directly getting benefited because of the organic intellectuals, but these organic intellectuals try to control these traditional intellectuals through ideology. Okay. So in every society, there exists a link between organic intellectuals, traditional intellectuals, different social groups, different social groups, I would say caste group, tribal group, working class group, all classes, everyone comes under the different social groups. Okay. Other institutions, religion, family, any other institution, the institution of marriage broker, that is also an institution. So everywhere there will be a link. Okay, there will be a link. So everything emanates from the organic intellectual. Okay, there will be a link. So this organic intellectual will try to control. Okay, the organic intellectual will try to control the traditional intellectual, the socio-cultural institutions, the social groups, and there will be a link that is functioning. Okay, and through what they will try to control? By disseminating organic ideology. Okay, so we can put this like this. So through organic ideology, so the capitalist class in every social block, capitalist class in every social block creates an organic intellectuals. Okay, like a landlord, like a businessman, Okay, who gets direct benefit, supervisor, good example of organic intellectual, supervisor. A supervisor is always eulogize a capitalist society. He cannot be a true working class because he is the person who is opposing the working class also. He gets an incentive to oppose the working class. Right? The media person who gets money from the capitalist, he is an organic intellectual. Okay. So he will always write about the capitalist ethos, write articles. You write articles about capitalism, which is correct. He will write articles that if Adani is not there, Ambani is not there, India will suffer. Only because they are running businesses, we are living happily. He will write articles. You understand? So they will write lot of discourses. They will try to woo a society, create a society, social wooing. Like how you create a shirt. Okay. They try to create a society through organic ideology. Who? These organic intellectuals. They try to bring all the people inside it, the traditional intellectuals, all the other social groups. They try to bring an alignment and try to create the prevalent ideology. Okay. I will give you a simple example to understand what is this organic ideology. Simple example. Okay. In Tamil Nadu, 80% or 90% understand that, believe that we are suffering because of Brahmins. Okay. Because this ideology is created by Dravidian movement. This ideology is created by Dravidian movement. The Dravidian movement has a legacy of almost, see, if you take Ayodhidas Pandita as the person who started Dravidian movement, then it has a legacy of more than 150 years. But according to the official data of DMK party or Dravidiya Kalagam, it started only in 1912 because they don't consider Ayodhidas Pandita as the person who started the Dravidian movement. They only start the Dravidian movement with the Dravidian home that was started in 1912. Okay, so history differs, but where you start Dravidian movement. So ideally, if you see, Dravidian movement has to start in 1856, when the very first time the grammar was written. Okay, Dravidian grammar of Robert Caldwell writes the book Comparative Grammar of Dravidian Languages. That book is published in 1856. That is the very first time the concept of Dravidian comes into Tamil Nadu. Before that, the concept of Dravidian was not there. In fact, the word Dravidian itself was not there. For most of you do not know, the word Dravidian itself is not there. There was something called as Dravidian Sangam did existed in 14th century, that was started by Jains, it's supposed, but that Dravidian is different from this Dravidian. The word Dravidian was systematically coined by Robert Caldwell in only 1856, not before that. Okay. So after Robert Caldwell has started this, 1856, by 1870 Ayodhidas Pandita comes and Dravidian movement officially kickstarts. He writes books like One Paisa Tamidan and all the other articles comes into being, where he creates a movement called as Adi Dravida movement. The old Dravida movement he starts, and from that the idea of Dravidianism comes. Now every child believes that we are suffering because of Brahmins. Every child. That is the organic ideology. That is the reason 50 years Dravidian party is ruling India, Tamil Nadu. 50 years. Why they are ruling? Because of this organic ideology. Okay. No one, see, you are not thinking beyond it. You are not thinking beyond it. I can show hundreds and thousands of Brahmins who really fought for Dalits. I can show hundreds and thousands of Brahmins. Okay. But nothing will be written in the Dravidian literature. Nothing will be written in the Dravidian literature. Only discourses against Brahmins would be written. Non-Brahmin movement. Okay. So why? Because that is their ideology. So knowingly or unknowingly, all the children who are born and brought up will think that, okay, we are happily putting dress because of PSIR. Okay. Because that is the discourse that is being created. They will say, if PSIR was not there, you will be not putting your dress now. But no one will question that, because that is why we are brought up. All institutions would say Periyar was the, but really is it so? Go and cross check. That is where the research, critical theory works. Okay. When 44 Dalits were killed, what was the article that was written by Periyar in Vidudalai in 1967? Okay, 1968, December 25. Okay, it is there to see. Everyone can see it. Everyone can read it, but no one will speak about it. Okay, so because we have created an organic ideology. What is an organic ideology? Tamil Nadu is suffering because of Brahmins. Okay, this is how a ruling class will always create an ideology so that you believe it. The next generation believes it. The next generation believes it. No one questions that ideology. Okay. BJP is trying to do the same thing now. They did beautifully that in Gujarat. Okay. And whole of India they are trying to do that. India is suffering because of Muslims. The same organic idea they are trying to paint. But Dravidian party has succeeded in Tamil Nadu. BJP is not succeeded now. Only in partial areas like Gujarat they have succeeded. Otherwise they have not succeeded. But their project is still on. They wanted to create a discourse in everyone's mind that all Indians are suffering because of Muslims. So they are trying to rewrite all the history in such a way that India was glorious, if not Muslim has come in. For their vote bank. You understood? Organic ideology. So every ruling class will create an organic ideology so that they eternally rule. Like how Dravidian parties has created an organic ideology, they are eternally ruling you. Similarly, now the BJP is creating to paint an organic ideology so that they eternally rule you for another 50 years. This will happen in every society, says Antony Gramsci. Example is mine, theory is Antony Gramsci's. Okay. This is what an organic ideology is. All people who are benefited by the RSS, the BJP, will always say what BJP says is right. Because they are benefited. These are the organic intellectuals who are directly benefited by the RSS and the BJP. Directly benefited. You understood? So, even though they know there is a wrong history that has been floated by RSS, the wrong history that is floated by BJP, but still they will take it into consideration. Why? Because they get benefit out of it. They can oppose only minorities because they get benefit. Organic intellectuals. And all of the traditional intellectuals are ready to control. Saying that this is because of Muslims that you are like this, because of Christians you are like this, because of this group, that group. Slowly and steadily, next generation people start to believe. Okay, we are suffering because of minorities. They don't know to critically examine their belief system. They don't know to critically examine their belief system. Why? Why is that? What is the logic that BJP says no? Because they floated some organic ideology, that's it. You will always bring all the other parties to it. Okay, all the intellectuals, all newspapers like Kiran will come and say, yes, Periyar was great. I am not denying Periyar is great. Okay, it is just an example. But not always true. Critical theory, you have to go and check it, whether all the things that is floated is correct or not. Okay, what a Justice Party is that Dalit leader MC Raja. Okay, you read the history of MC Raja. He will say how Dravidian parties has oppressed Dalits in Tamil Nadu. Now we can find thousands of people, thousands of so-called newspapers, media speaking that only because of us Dalits are like that. The truth. Critically examine the truth. Okay. So that is how. This is what an organic ideology is. Any doubt in this case? I think the simple practical example, now all of you would have understood what is an organic ideology. Who are organic intellectuals? These are the intellectuals who directly benefit by the prevalent organic ideology, by the prevalent ruling class. the media person, all the other people directly get money, directly get benefited. They will write whatever they want. They will write whatever they want because they get benefited. Traditional intellectuals or the other intellectuals, they also try to believe this ideology is the correct ideology. Like how 40, 50 years now everyone think Dravidian ideology is correct. If you allow BJP to continue the same thing for another 20 years, then every small child in India will start to believe India is suffering because of minorities. At least now it is not the case. Okay. But if still this project, BJP's project, is allowed to function unfettered like how Dravidian movement functioned. Okay. I don't find any difference between Dravidian movement and the BJP movement. See, both are almost the same. They will say Brahmins are outsiders, they will say Muslims are outsiders. They will say Brahmins came 2000 years ago, they will say Muslims came 800 years ago. Okay. So, almost both are same. If you take it into consideration, everything is hate politics. Creating a hate over another group of people by which how you define what is it. Okay, and based on the hate you create an ideology, and based on ideology rule for another 50 years. Uncontrollable. No one can touch you because organic ideology controls that. You understood? Okay. Now coming back. How to now break it? Okay, how to break it? Antonio Gramsci gives a formula. That formula, what was tested in the exam? What was the formula? War of position and war of maneuvering. If you have to break the Dravidian party's dominance in Tamil Nadu, then you have to create an alternate ideology. That is what BJP is trying in Tamil Nadu now. What Annamalai is doing now. What Seeman is doing now. Okay, Seeman trying to break the Dravidian monopoly in ideology. Okay. He is trying to create an alternative ideology against the Dravidian ideology. Trying to say Tamil Nadu must belong to Tamilians. There is not Dravidian system. So he attacks Periyar whenever needed. He attacks all the Dravidian parties whenever needed. What BJP is trying to do in Tamil Nadu? Because Dravidian party is ruling us through organic ideology. If you want to rule, first you have to break that ideology. You have to create an alternate ideology in the minds of the people. Okay, you have to say that you are not suffering because of Brahmins. That is a wrong notion. You have to start believing it. Then you have to start believing, so what is the truth? That is not the truth they will tell. They will tell you some other ideology. Okay, which suits their plan. Okay, that is what he says. First, war of position. Break that ideology. So what you have to do? You have to create your own organic intellectual. You have to create your own organic intellectual. Create your own ideology, alternate ideology. Make an arrangement with all the social institutions, with all the social classes. Previous slide. All the social groups, all the social cultural institutions, all the traditional, make an arrangement how the other people did, how the capitalist classes did. The similar way you should also work now. Okay, you should also work in the similar way. After working the similar way, break the position that has been held by the ruling class. Break it now. War of position. So this war of position has to be done in the civil society. Because only in the civil society, in the institution of civil society, the consent legitimacy is maintained. So break it. So every family should start believing. Every family should start believing, no, what BJP says is wrong. Okay, we are not suffering because of Muslims. Okay, they are also part of our own culture. Every society, every family, every person, every religious intellectual in a village, everyone has to tell you about the true history. Now BJP is trying to paint Tipu Sultan is not at all a warrior. If you go to Karnataka, you will find one of the birthplace of Tipu Sultan is left unattended. Unattended. Very pathetic story is, a lot of other small houses have come around that place. He was one of the greatest warriors of India. Just because he is Muslim, Karnataka government is treating so badly. They are trying to make a discourse that Tipu Sultan is not a freedom fighter at all. So, as an the person from the other side, what Antonio Gramsci says, you have to develop an ideology that Tipu Sultan is really a freedom fighter. Break that position. Okay, the leadership that the particular ruling class is having over you. Create an alternative ideology. That is what in Tamil Nadu, Seeman and other people, even BJP in Tamil Nadu do not have a stronghold in Tamil Nadu. So, trying to do the same thing in Tamil Nadu. Because they are trying to enter Tamil Nadu now. Okay. So, they are trying to break all our lies. One lie fighting another lie. That is the biggest story. Okay. One lie ruled Tamil Nadu for 50 years. Now, another lie is trying to rule Tamil Nadu for another 50 years. What is truth? No one knows. Truth will always be in dark. Right. Fine. So, that is what the prescription of Antonio Gramsci. Okay, break that position, break that leadership, break that leadership. Once it is done, then the same organic intellectuals can supply to people to the war of maneuvering. That is also sometimes taken by the same organic intellectuals. Now do the war of maneuvering. What is war of maneuvering? Forming people, make yourself into army, fight, capture power. So, Antonio Gramsci says, the working class directly cannot capture power. Directly cannot create a violence and immediately capture the capitalists, because the capitalist is not controlling the working class based on force. If it is through force, he can directly take some arms, fight them. But they are not controlling by force, they are controlling you through ideology. That is an organic ideology. So, you have to break that ideology. You have to create another alternative ideology. You have to fix all the social and political institutions, all the civil society, institutions of civil society. Bring a consent for your alternate ideology. That is the first step. Once you successfully do it, it might take 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. BJP is trying for already from 20 years now, 20, 30 years now. Okay. BJP started in 1984. Okay, 30, 40 years now. But they have succeeded only in certain pockets. Otherwise, they have failed miserably. Certain pockets they have failed, but they are still trying. So, they are trying to create an organic ideology so that they will rule for another 50 years. Modi, then Amit Shah, then whichever Shah, whoever comes. Okay, you understood? Okay. So, that is the reason he says, first you have to break that organic ideology, you have to break that, then you have to create an alternative ideology, you have to fix, you have to the similar way how they did, you have to also do it. Okay, that is called as war of position. And finally, once you understand that you have broken that leadership that the people has given to them, then the time is right for war of maneuvering. Take arms, fight against them, capture power. You understood? Till now there is no use of war of maneuvering, you cannot win. This strategy is being applied by all political parties today. A brilliant strategy. That is the reason Antonio Gramsci has been regarded as one of the brilliant tacticians. Okay. Right. Any doubt in this? See, Antonio Gramsci created the theory based on capitalist class and working class. Just to make you understand, I gave the examples of DMK and BJP. Okay. Because it's contemporary politics, so that you will understand much better. Exam don't write DMK in politics unless and until the question asks, analyze the concept of organic ideologies, current scenario or 21st century politics, then definitely you can write whatever I ever said, definitely 100%. 100% you can write. But don't use the word DMK, rather use the word ruling class. Okay, use the word ruling class. Okay, it will be more better answer. If the question is very direct, then you have to answer only to capitalist class and working class. There don't write DMK and ADMK and expect me to put marks in exam. Okay, right. Any doubt in this, guys? Any doubt in this? Okay. Antony Gramsci also given another concept is called as passive revolution. Sometimes question might also come on passive revolution. Closely related concept what we have taken now. Okay. What is passive revolution? Antony Gramsci says capitalism or any ideology or any ruling class comes to a society suddenly, okay, by some means they come, but we do not know how slowly we start giving consent. When we started give consent also we do not know. The same example of Dravidian party, you take it, okay, when we started to give consent we do not know. Slowly and steadily you have become Dravidianized, slowly and steadily you have become RSS. You have been Hindutva, you become a Hindutva person, slowly and steadily. You do not know when you become what he calls as passive revolution. A revolution that a capitalist class makes. So you start giving consent to the ideology of the capitalist class without your knowledge. It acts very, very passively. Very, very passively. You do not know when it happens. You start believing the ethos of capitalist class. You start giving consent to the ethos of capitalist class. You do not know when you started it. You do not know how you give it. It is not active. It is not active. Because you read a lot of newspapers, because you like a superstar and that superstar is heroizing Hindutva. Okay. And that superstar says Hindutva is good. So you also start liking, why not Hindutva? And you like a superstar, he is heroizing one, say, Kalinja or some person. So you like, oh, my superstar is also liking Kalinja, so Kalinja should be great. Okay. He likes Periyar, so you also like Periyar. You do not know when you start giving consent. But these institutions, the organic intellectual, other institutions, slowly and steadily make you give the consent in a passive way. He finds a parallel in how Mussolini went. Okay. Antony Gramsci writes this passive revolution is Mussolini started. We do not know how Mussolini suddenly controls the total Italy. He started like a normal party, a Fasci party. Initial elections he did not win anything. But suddenly everyone started to speak the Mussolini language. Before the working class movement and the communist movement in Italy could blink, suddenly everyone became a fascist. Some span of some 10-15 years. Span of some 10-15 years, passively Mussolini could capture the minds of every people. Like how Seaman is trying to do. Tamil Nadu is only for Tamilians. Right? Another lie that is told very hardly now in normal political discourse. All lies, fight between lies you can see in political discourse. Right? Another lie. The way by which he speaks, people start to give consent. He speaks very well. He speaks truth. Because you like his mannerism. Because one actor is saying, he says another actor is a superstar, and this guy says, he is my Anna. Okay. Right. You understand? Slowly and steadily, passively, one leader or one ideology start to control the mind of all the people in the region. That happens very passively. Very passively, it's not active. This theory built upon Mussolini, how Mussolini entered. Suddenly, finally Mussolini created a world war. Okay. This is what passive revolution is all about. Sometimes question might also come in passive revolution. Okay. Any doubt? Any doubt? Okay. With this, we are completing Antony Gramsci. If at all question comes from legitimacy, hegemony, it will come only here. Right? Otherwise, it will not come anywhere else. Right? There is also another small concept which is called as crisis of legitimacy. Given by Judge and Habermas. Judge and Habermas, right. What is this crisis of legitimacy? Okay. So now we would have understood what is the legitimacy much deeper. Okay, much deeper. How you start giving a consent. Okay. As I already told you, a liberal project always works through legitimacy. Okay. All liberal democracies works through legitimacy. They don't control you by force. Okay. They will create periodic elections. Okay. There will be a lot of vote bank politics. Many groups, you bargain, you have your own movements, civil society movements, you fight for it, and you think, okay, I fight for it, I got Right to Information Act. Okay, saying that one person has become a chief minister. Okay. Now, how many RTI queries that Arvind Kejriwal has accepted? That data, if anyone gets, that will be a bigger question, because Arvind Kejriwal came into prominence fighting for RTI. Okay. Now, how many RTI queries Arvind Kejriwal government is encouraging? Okay, he won't. Because ruling class will always be ruling class. Okay, once they are struggling to become a ruling class, they will say thousands of promises. Once they become a ruling class, the ideology of ruling class are ruling ideas. They will always behave like a ruling class so that they can eternally rule you. All people, all people, all people. Once they come to that position, they will always create things like that, they will always rule you, right? So, in a liberal democracy, people rule through legitimacy. A lot of elections would come, lots of civil society movements will come, all the other things. So, you believe that rule of law is ruling you. Okay, we get a lot of civil rights, we get a lot of political rights. So, law is controlling you. That is how you believe. Okay. Based on that, the total society is running. But Judge and Habermas, another neo-Marxist thinker, is also a neo-Marxist thinker. Judge and Habermas says that, okay, a liberal democracy during the era of neoliberalism has the seeds of crisis in itself. How? Has the seeds of crisis. How? He paints a very, very small contradiction that is there in a neoliberal democracy or neoliberal political economy. Small contradiction. Judge and Habermas says, the ideology that is floated, that is always for the ruling class. Okay. So, technically, the capitalist will be controlling the total democracy or the total region for their own benefits. Okay. For their own benefits. Okay. But in a neoliberal political economy, you have vote bank politics, one side, where to win a vote bank, what you have to do? You have to give a lot of promises. You have to give a lot of freebies. You have to give a lot of welfare activities. Okay. If you are not giving welfare activities, if you are not giving food security, if you are not giving free food or free gas or free electricity, or all these things are taken away, next time you will think before voting. Okay. Because that is how vote bank politics function. But a neoliberal political economy functions only based on profit making. Profit making. You have to make profit, more profit, more profit. That is how a corporate economy functions. You cannot have conscience there. Okay. For example, I am a person. Okay. I am having a lot of conscience. So I would collect only, I am working in IAS academy, so I run IAS academy, I am collecting only 1,000 rupees from students. Okay. I am giving an example. Okay. I am teaching. Okay. So I am running a max tuition, put it this way, I am running a max tuition. I am getting only 1000 rupees from the students for max tuition. I am taking max for 10 standard students, right. There is another person, teacher, who is also taking the same max tuition, okay, but what he does is, he collects 2000 rupees from the students. Ideally, I would think, okay, 1000 rupees is cheaper, okay, so more students will come. But what happens is, that person who is collecting 2000 rupees will develop lot of systems, new technology, which with 1000 rupees I can't do. So in 1 year time, he will take the same max tuition with so much of technologies, which I will not be doing. So all the new student who is coming, you will see, okay, that institution has lot of technology, so it helps me a lot. This institution does not have a technology, so everyone goes there. I did not make money, I did not value money, okay, I did not value money, now I cannot make money today. That person valued money, he is making more money now, okay. So capitalism is a system way, it's a system dynamics. You have to make money for the sake of making money. You have to make money for the sake of making money, because money accumulates over money here. You cannot say, I need only 1000 rupees, that is enough for me. So see, all the after things I will get, this is enough, I can give the quality service. No. Tomorrow you lose all the benefits that you got, because someone is investing more money. How the money he got? Because he got, without conscience, he got lot of money. Understood? That is how capitalist economy works. That is the reason now all people in the industry, even though they have conscience, they have to make money. I am not saying an Ambani or Adani, all people, all businessmen, all corporates. 1 rupee extra, if some competitor giving 1 rupee extra, okay, right, they are giving 1 rupee benefit, they should give some competitive price, okay, or they should find some way of capital mobilization, investment, okay. So what they will do, they will get long of shareholders, lot of investment will come in, the economy will grow. You understood? So this is the problem of capitalist economy. Then there is a contradiction, says Judge Habermas. What is the contradiction? This capitalist class is controlling the democracy, okay, and the capitalist class has to make more money, so giving all these freebies which actually takes away their money. So they will not allow the freebies to happen, says Judge Habermas. Now we are seeing it. Like all governments now it is taking, whether it's the central government or the state government, lot of austerity measures come. Forget India, all countries, a lot of austerity measures will come, correct? Okay, they are taking all the welfare activities that has happened some 20 years ago, 30 years ago, which he calls as crisis of legitimacy. Slowly and steadily, since because all the welfare activities is being reduced because of the development of capitalism, the people will start giving legitimacy, stop giving legitimacy, says Judge Habermas. Because I am not getting free, food, I am not getting free gas, I am not getting free electricity, everything is being reduced now, so why should I vote for this particular party? Okay, so why should I still continue in liberal democracy? Understood? Okay, this is what he called as crisis of legitimacy. So the way by which capitalist economy goes in a neoliberal economy, the way by which the vote bank politics functions in a neoliberal economy becomes contradictory. The vote bank politics needs a lot of welfare activities, and the neoliberal economy does not want any welfare activity. So if you do not give welfare activity, automatically the people will stop giving legitimate consent to the neoliberal economy that is there. In economic sphere, they want neoliberal economy, but in the political sphere, they don't want cancellation of welfare activity. The crisis of legitimacy will happen. The contradiction between the neoliberal political economy and the contradiction between the neoliberal democracy will come. Okay, what he called as crisis of legitimacy. Judge Habermas, neo-Marxist thinker. Any doubt in this case? Theory is over. Any doubt in this? Okay, any doubt in this? I think we have completed everything. Okay, let's take questions so that it becomes easy. Power and hegemony. See how the questions have come. Nature and meaning of power. Okay. So you have to explain what is power. That's it. According to Gramsci, hegemony is primarily based on organization of consent. Okay. You have to write what I have said now. Okay. So easy question. In such questions, define hegemony rather than, as I already told you, define hegemony rather than giving an account of Antonio Gramsci. Okay, as introduction. Okay. So because the question says about according to Antonio Gramsci, so there is nothing wrong in saying who is Gramsci, okay, as an introduction, but other way around is also good. Okay, you define hegemony, that is also good. Okay, explain the relationship between power, authority, and legitimacy. Max Weber's formula that we discussed. Okay, Gramsci's concept of hegemony, again is a repeat. Distinguish between power and authority, it's a repeat. Okay, so this is how the questions will be. It will be relatively easy only. Okay, crisis of legitimacy, Habermas. Okay, just now you took it. Examine the conditions that are required for maintenance of legitimacy in modern societies. Okay, so in modern society, how legitimacy is maintained in a liberal democracy, the discussion that we put in. Okay, so how state rules us to the legitimacy. Okay, what is actually required. Okay, all these things from the Marxist point of view, even if you want to give a little bit of clue from Antonio Gramsci theory also, you can do it. Okay, nothing wrong in it. Okay, take a clue from Antonio Gramsci, write it, or other ways also you can write it. Any way you can write it. The discussion that we had, that's it. And next question is, explain as per Antonio Gramsci the distinction between hegemony and domination. Okay, that is what hegemony is. Some kind of a leadership that you get based on consent. Domination is something by force, where there is no consent that is there. Okay, that is how we have to say. Okay, so hegemony in a typical understand, Marx also believed in consent, but those writings were not available during Antonio Gramsci's times. That is the problem. So at that point of time, everyone thought Marx believed in force. Okay, so you have to distinguish how a typical capitalist society, a typical Marxist ideology believed that capitalist society controlled the total society by domination, working class by domination, whereas Antonio Gramsci said the concept of leadership. That's it. Okay, distinguish between the concepts of legitimacy and hegemony, same thing. Okay, the concept of legitimacy is basically a liberal paradigm. Okay, the concept of hegemony is developed in the Marxist paradigm. Okay, concepts of legitimacy in the liberal paradigm is generally understood as a positive thing. Okay, for example, J.S. Mill would say, a John Locke would say, a legitimate government is very, very important. Rule of law is very, very important. So constitutionalism, rule of law is nothing but a legitimate government. So legitimacy is very, very important. But in the hegemony, the concept of hegemony, it is said in a little bit of negative light. Okay, you are giving the leadership, you are giving legitimacy in such a way that the dominant class without knowledge is controlling you. Okay, so you do not know you are the loser here, but in spite of the fact that you do not know you are a loser, you have been controlled by an ideology. You give a leadership. So the same legitimacy concept is told in a negative light in the concept of hegemony that is developed by Marxist thinkers. Not only Antonio Gramsci, there are many thinkers who have developed the concept of hegemony. Antonio Gramsci, Jürgen Habermas, Louis Althusser. Louis Althusser is the person who developed a lot on ideology and said how ideology impacts a lot on hegemony. So not just Antonio Gramsci, lot of Marxist thinkers have spoken about hegemony. So, if I touch, something happens. Okay. Can you see it? Okay. So, hegemony is always seen in the negative light, whereas legitimacy is always in the positive light. Okay. Hegemony is the concept that is developed by the Marxist thinkers. Legitimacy is the concept that is developed by the liberal democratic thinkers. Okay. That is how we have to go there. Right. What is the last question? Attempt a comparative examination of the views of Marx and Weber on power. Right. Okay. According to Karl Marx, who controls power? Capitalist class. The people who controls the mode of production controls all the other intellectual life processes in general. They control the ideology, they control the law form, they control the legal form, they control all the other forms that is there in the superstructure. Correct? So, power emanates from the fact that you control the mode of production. So, power emanates from that, according to Marx. The source of power is economy, mode of production. That is where the real power emanates from. If you control the mode of production, you get more power. But in Weber's concept, power is deciphered. Different kinds of power create different kinds of authority. Traditional power is there, traditional authority is there. Traditional charismatic power is there, charismatic authority is there. Legal rational power is there, legal rational authority is there. So the power is becoming an authority based on legitimacy in Weber's concept. Okay. Here, legitimacy is not being given, but it's been forced in the Marxist concept, a typical orthodox Marxism. Okay. So here, which is the source? Economy. That is how you have to compare. Sometimes that is how, see, not always you will get ready-made answers. You have to think a little bit and write an exam. Okay, but all the things you would have taken already. It's not something that we are going to write completely new. So those 375 pages, if you read it, okay, it will be extremely useful. For example, power is well written. Okay, I only compiled it. It's very good. Okay, little bit hard English, but read it. It will be useful for you. Right? Any doubt in this case? Any doubt with this? I am completing power. I am completing hegemony. I am completing legitimacy. I am completing rights. So I am completing the total political theory aspect, except for Western and Indian political thought. Okay. We will flow one by one. So a small part in Indian polity now I will complete. With that, I will be finishing till Union government. Then from next class we will go on from Union government. So what is the President, Prime Minister? See, I will not be taking every detailed aspect of the President, Prime Minister, how the law has been passed, how the bill has been passed, Rajya Sabha, all these things I will not take because waste of time. We also don't have time. But I will generally take only those discussions that is required for PSIR. Okay, the importance of institution of Prime Minister, the importance of the institution of Speaker, the importance of the institution of the President. Okay, so how they are important, what is a federal institution. Okay, so what is important for PSIR we will discuss, because the small aspects, again as I have told you, we need some 300-400 hours with every small aspect. Then I go. Okay, so Union government I will try to complete within 4 hours in the next session. Okay, so any doubts in this, ask me, otherwise we will move to Indian polity section. Online students, oh I'm sorry, any doubts, online students? Okay. Right, guys. You need time for switchover? 1 minute. All go for meditation? No. Right. No timing for switchover. Now forget J.S. Mill, Karl Marx, Antonia Gramsci, all the tilkers. Forget. Now immediately you have to think about Mr. Ambedkar, okay, B.N. Rao, Nehru, and the other people who wrote Indian Constitution. Right. You have no other option. Now we are going to read about Indian Constitution. Right. Constitutional amendment. Most of the times the questions from the constitutional amendment will come only based on important amendments. Okay. 3 questions have come till date. All 3 questions have come only from important amendments. Okay. They have not come from the procedure of amendment. But if we cannot say it will not come, it might come also. All important amendments we cannot take. Okay. I will tell you what are important amendments after the class. Okay, we will discuss few important amendments. Okay, otherwise you have to read some important amendments. Okay. The most important amendment is the first amendment of the Indian Constitution. Okay. Already we discussed about that. Why the most important amendment is the first amendment of the Indian Constitution? That is where the total problem starts. Okay. The fight between DPSP and the fundamental rights, the total concept of judiciary, everything starts with the first amendment of the Indian Constitution. Why the first amendment of the Indian Constitution was mandated is because government tried to implement the land reforms, and one of the high courts said land reforms are null and void, it could not be done because it infringes the fundamental rights of the Indian Constitution. Then comes the first amendment of the Indian Constitution. After the first amendment, as you know, hundreds of cases. Okay. So every case has its own meaning. Shankari Prasad case, Sajjan Singh case, and finally Golaknath give a completely different meaning. And now the meaning of the Kesavananda Bharati case and Minerva Mills case, all these things. Already we discussed that. Okay. So the first amendment becomes very, very important for 2 reasons. Not just for land reforms, but also for the social justice or equality, the reservations came. So already told you, the concept of reservation in educational institutions, the so-called clause 4 was inserted only in the first amendment of the Indian Constitution. Okay. The socially and educationally backward, that clause was inserted only in the first amendment of the Indian. It was not there in the draft constitution. So since was not there in the draft constitution, they were inserted later, so much of problems till date. Okay. So first amendment becomes very, very important. So read the text of the first amendment. Anyway, we will relive the first amendment when I take land reforms. Okay. So again we have syllabus, land reforms we have syllabus. So again when we come to the land reforms, I will tell you what are the land reforms that was passed by Kerala government. I already told you, Kerala is the only state till in Indian history, the only state which has implemented land reforms to the truest of sense. The truest of sense. None of the states have did. Okay. Kerala is the only state. Even in Tamil Nadu, till the case which I was discussing, okay, the Keelvenmani massacre, where 44 Dalits were killed in December 25 during Christmas of 1968. Till that time, no land reform was implemented. Even though the law of 1961 came into being and it was not properly implemented, it was only on paper. Till 1961, the law was implemented, land reform law was put in Tamil Nadu. Only at that point of time, Kalanjar was the police minister. Okay. I was interviewing Mr. Nallakannu, the communist leader. I have also the recording of him. Okay. The communist leader says, Tamil Nadu is the only state in the Indian history, world history, where a separate police was instituted to curb the agricultural laborers. Nowhere in the world it happened, only in Tamil Nadu, says Nallakannu. Okay. Where a blue shirt police will come and their job is to put all the agricultural laborers inside prison, and that was put in DMK period, not in Congress period. Okay. So land reforms was a tough thing in Tamil Nadu at that point of time. So only because the communist people, the agricultural laborers fighting for land reforms, and the DMK government, even though they have passed, Congress government has passed in 1961, the DMK government did not implement it. There's so much of problem that happened. Only after the Keelvenmani massacre in 1971, land reforms was betterly implemented in Tamil Nadu. And the Tamil Nadu government, after this massacre, the 44 Dalits was killed, actually they burnt alive. I won't say killed, they were burnt alive. Okay, they were burnt alive. And only after the incident, immediately DMK government thought, okay, it will be a bigger mistake, so we will implement the land reforms. Then land reforms started to get implemented. Then lot of other laws comes in Tamil Nadu. And even then, after 10 years, they forgot everything. Okay, but there is no land reforms. Truest of land reforms is there in Tamil Nadu as of now. But Kerala is the only state. So all these small land reforms or other things we will see. Okay, that is part of our syllabus anyway. Okay, and also globalization and land reforms, all the other things, green revolution, everything was there. We will leave with the first amendment. We will relive the first amendment. Okay, that is one important amendment, guys. Other than that, 24th amendment is important. Okay, already we saw what is the 24th amendment when we discussed about the discussion of the Golaknath case, and after the Golaknath case, how the parliament retaliated. And 42nd amendment, very important, because after the Kesavananda Bharati case judgment of 1973, where Kesavananda Bharati case clarified that basic structure cannot be amended, now Parliament, Indian Parliament tries to remove the judicial review. Okay, that is what the 42nd amendment is all about. So the 42nd amendment, Indira Gandhi government will try to remove the judicial review. Okay, which was again struck down as ultra vires by the Supreme Court. But anyway, 43rd and 44th amendment that was passed by Janata government reversed it. So all these things become important amendments for you. So first amendment is important, 24th is important. If also possible, read 25, write it down please, 25. 42nd becomes important, 43rd becomes important, 44 also becomes important, because everything is part of a story. Everything is a part of a story. So all this story already we have discussed, but still you again read it. Okay, if possible, the final class I will discuss. If time allows me, final class I will tell everything as a story. Once again I will tell you everything as a story. Okay, so all these amendments becomes important. One question has come from the 99th Constitution Amendment. This is also related with judiciary. Can anyone tell me what is the 99th Constitution Amendment? Super. Correct. The National Judicial Commission. That is also important, because everything becomes a part of a story. So that is how till now the question has come. Okay, the part of that story of DPSP, fundamental rights, basic structure. Those amendments inside the story, all the amendments have been asked. Okay, so all of you must know that story very clearly. Okay, already we have discussed it, but still with a better example I will come the last class if possible, time permits. Okay, you have to know the story very well. Okay, when the land reforms came, then how government immediately came with an amendment, because the Supreme Court, the High Court immediately says it is ultra vires, there is null and void. So government comes with the first amendment of Indian Constitution. After the first amendment, immediately what happens, different case laws and what happens, what are the judgments. Okay, everything you know, you should know. The fight between Indira Gandhi and the Supreme Court, that is also important. Okay, all the story you should know. Till now, you know. Okay, this story is much better dealt in D.D. Basu book. Okay, D.D. Basu. Okay, if possible read it. I think I have already uploaded D.D. Basu, I think. Okay, if it is there, read it. Okay. That story is little bit better dealt in D.D. Basu book than Lakshmikant or any other book. Okay, and Subhash Kashyap was also good, but Subhash Kashyap I don't have a PDF. If you have the book of Subhash Kashyap, you can read it. But D.D. Basu is only 3 pages. 3 pages they have dealt it beautifully. Simply they have told all the story. Okay, so this is how generally questions will come from amendment of the Constitution, guys. But you should also know the procedure of amendment. Okay, because it becomes very important. Okay, Indian Constitution can be amended in 2 ways. Okay, the amendment by a special majority of the Parliament, and amendment by the special majority of the Parliament and ratification of half of the state legislatures. The power and the procedure of amendment is derived from the Article 368 of the Indian Constitution. Okay. So, according to Article 368, there are only two ways of amendment. Okay. What are the two ways? One is special majority, another one is special majority plus ratification of the states. But the Constitution also says that in different articles that these amendments are not deemed to be amendments of the Constitution for the purposes of Article 368. Okay. So, this line would be mentioned in different articles. Line after the article clause is over, article phrases is over, the last line will say this: amendment to this article should not be deemed as the amendment of, according to the procedure of purposes of Article 368. What is the meaning of this line is, so in other words, this particular part of Constitution could be amended in a simple majority. You understood? When I first read PM Bakshi, initially when I was preparing for civil services in 2002, 2003 and 2004, I do not know that I should not read PM Bakshi. So first I started reading with PM Bakshi. Okay, I did not take D. Basu then. PM Bakshi will be bare acts. In every way the last line will be this: for the purposes of, for the purposes of. It almost took me 1 year to understand what it is. Okay, so what the line says is, Article 368 will give you procedure for amendment. That is only two ways that is there. But during the time of Constitution Assembly, there was a bigger debate, okay, among all the people. I think Deshmukh is the person who was completely against this notion of special majority. Okay. So these people are completely against the notion of special majority and wanted simple majority to be the way by which Constitution should be amended. The logic they gave for the constitutional amendment was, first of all, this Constitution Assembly is not popularly elected. You know, Indian Constitution Assembly was not popularly elected. Okay. So what was his argument is, we are not popularly elected, then how can you make a rigid constitution that cannot be amended, easily amended by the future parliamentarians who are popularly elected? Argued the Deshmukh and others. So we are not popularly elected, people are not directly elected us. Okay. But tomorrow's parliament after 1950 are the people who are going to be directly elected by the people, the parliamentarians. So these people must have more powers than the constitutional assembly makers. So you cannot make a rigid constitution, argued those people. So they said, create a constitution which could be amended by simple majority. But Ambedkar and others has a different point of view. Ambedkar said, if you don't believe at least 2/3 of the majority of the people present and voting is on your side, then how can you understand the total public is with that constitutional amendment? You are trying to amend a constitution, for example, any part of the constitutional amendment. If you cannot convince 2/3 of the people of the parliament themselves, you cannot convince. Then how can you say the total Indian public are convinced? Asked Ambedkar. At least you should convince at least 2/3 people. That is also only present and voting. Only half of the people, that is completely of the total membership of the house. 2/3 present and voting. If you cannot convince 2/3 of the parliamentarians present and voting about that particular constitutional amendment, how can you claim that the total Indian public you have convinced about the amendment? Said Ambedkar. So Ambedkar said this logic of simple majority will not work. And Ambedkar also argued about the question of non-elected members. Ambedkar says, you argue that we are not popularly elected. I accept that argument. I accept that argument that I am not popularly elected. But the argument that the popularly elected people are not intelligent enough is a question. Ambedkar says, sometimes mass and intelligence are antithetical. People will vote for someone and that person might not be a true intellectual. People might not vote for someone and that person might be a true intellectual. So I believe all the members in the Constitutional Assembly who are present are intellectuals. If you don't want me to be the chairman of the drafting committee, remove me. I have no problem. You remove me. You put another person as the chairman of the drafting committee, you create another constitution. But arguing that the Constitutional Assembly which is being created by us should not create a popularly good constitution is not a correct argument. Ambedkar said. So finally everyone accepted and said okay, we will go for, and Ambedkar also argued that a nation should progress. Not everything you can look for 2/3 majority. Okay. Well, not for every simple thing you can look for a 2/3 majority. So Ambedkar said for small things we will have simple majority. That is the reason this clause is mentioned there. The amendment are not deemed to be the amendments of the Constitution for the purposes of 368. That is the argument that was put by Ambedkar again. Okay. He says that so nation has to be processed, there should be progress, and the parliamentarian should be given the real power. Like how the British Parliament functions. You know that in British Parliament is almost supreme. Okay. So that is the reason we have for certain things we will have only simple majority. Okay. And you know, in India, certain constitutional things cannot be amended without the ratification of at least half of the states. At least half of the states. Okay. And again that was discussed in the Constitutional Assembly. What is the logic? So Deshmukh and others said, already you have created the special majority. Already there is a special majority. Then again why you want that half of the states to be ratified? So Ambedkar now gives an example of all the federal constitution of the world and says what is the principle of federalism. So if you are creating a federal constitution and the very principle of federalism says that the federal provisions cannot be or should not be amended so easily without the consent of the states. Okay. So it should not be amended so easily. That is the very federal principle. So to honor the federal principle, I have kept the second notion where whenever it touches the federal aspects of Indian constitution, Ambedkar says it has to be ratified by at least half of the state legislatures. Okay. That was the argument that was put forth by Ambedkar. So justify the three different provisions that is there in Indian constitution. So Indian constitution have three different ways of amendment. One is by pure simple majority, all small things by pure simple majority, which is given the terms like these amendments are not deemed to be the amendments of the constitution for the purpose of Article 368. After every article this line will be there. If the line is there after every article, that article we can amend by simple, that article you can amend by simple majority. Correct. So this provision was kept because Ambedkar and others believed that the nation has to progress, we cannot stop it. So the nation has to progress. So small things we don't want a special majority. The next method is special majority where 2/3% voting plus half of the people of the total membership of the house. Okay. So that Ambedkar thought why we need it, because if we cannot convince at least 2/3 of the parliamentarians about a constitutional amendment, how you claim that total Indian public is convinced? You cannot claim it. So a constitutional amendment is happening, then it should be a provision that is being done by the wish of the people, the total public at large. So if you calculate the total public at large, at least I need 2/3 people, 2/3 members of the to convince to be the part of this amendment. So that is the reason, what is the logic. And the third logic is special majority with ratification of states. And Ambedkar again argued why I want the special majority with the ratification of states is because this is the very idea of federalism. Okay. If you have created a federal constitution, then those federal features should not be immediately easily amended. That has to be amended only with the notion of the acceptance of the constituent states. That is the very notion of federalism. So with the principle of federalism, I have gone through this. After the debate that has gone, Ambedkar's argument, and people accepted, and they put to vote, and the person who brought in amendment failed, and the draft constitution what Ambedkar has given has been passed. Okay, this is the story, right? Now we will move to the procedure for amendment. One by one we will see. The amendment of the constitution can be initiated only by the introduction of a bill for the purpose in either house of parliament and not in state legislatures. Okay, Indian constitution is lagging in most things. For example, in American constitution there is also a provision for a separate constitution assembly that could be made. Okay, but in India that provision is not there. Okay, and that has opened to lot of judicial interpretation. The basic structure of Indian constitution concept itself came because of that. Okay, Okay, so certain things like here you cannot introduce a bill in a state legislature, but either house of the parliament you can do it. The bill can be introduced either by a minister or by a private member and does not require prior permission of the president. The bill must be passed in each house by a special majority, that is majority of total membership of the house and a majority of 2/3 of the members of the house present and voting. That is what special majority is all about. Each house must pass the bill separately. In case of disagreement between the two houses, there is no provision for holding a joint sitting of the two houses for the purpose of the deliberation of the passage of the bill. Okay, this was again brought in the Constitution Assembly debate, and Ambedkar justified it saying, if I have a joint sitting, what is the logic of ratification of states and other things? The federal features that becomes invalidated automatically, because we all know Lok Sabha membership is high. Okay, automatically it will be passed. So what is the very logic? So Ambedkar argued that the joint sitting cannot be there. Okay. Okay. If the bill seeks to amend the federal provisions of the Constitution, it must also be ratified by the legislators of half of the states by a simple majority, that is, majority of the members of the House present and voting. Right. After duly passed by both the houses of the Parliament and ratified by the state legislators where necessary, the bill is presented to the President for assent. The President must give his assent to the bill. That is very important. In case of Constitutional Assembly bill, he must give. He can neither withhold his assent to the bill nor return the bill for reconsideration of the Parliament. Okay, the 8th point. After the President's assent, the bill becomes an act, that is Constitutional Amendment Act, and the Constitution stands amended in accordance with the terms of the Act. Right. These are the procedures that is mentioned in the Article 368 of the Indian Constitution. So, whenever the line behind the article comes, this particular part is not deemed to be a procedure with respect to Article 368, then automatically what it means, that particular part could be amended by a simple majority. Okay. Okay. What is a special majority? The majority of the provisions in the Constitution need to be amended by a special majority of a Parliament, that is, majority of total membership of each house and the majority of 2/3 of the members of each house present and voting. The expression total membership means the total number of members comprising the house irrespective of the fact whether there are vacancies or absentees. This is very important. Okay, that is what the meaning of total membership. Okay. These provisions of the Constitution which are related to the, special majority and states consent. Okay. Those provisions of the Constitution which are related to the federal structure of the polity can be amended by a special majority of Parliament and also with the consent of half of the state legislatures by a simple majority. If one or some or all the remaining states take no action on the bill, it does not matter. The moment half of the states give their consent, the formality is completed. There is no time limit within the states which should give the states should give their consent to the bill. Again, this was brought in the discussion in Constitutional Assembly debate, hugely debated. So many people, okay, I forgot the name again. Many people wanted a provision. Okay, what if the state legislators do not pass? Okay, so you create some law so that if the state legislators do not pass, it again should come back to the parliament and the parliament again considers it. So it should be passed. Okay, so this logic was put forth because they thought a typical Westminster model should be based on the principle of parliamentary supremacy. Okay, parliamentary supremacy, where parliament is supreme. That was the argument that was put forth. But Ambedkar and others rejected this argument and said Indian constitution does not build upon parliamentary supremacy. We have a great checks and balance between supremacy of the parliament and the other judiciary and other features, federal features. We cannot do it. So whoever argued that, few people argued. If the states do not give it on time, so immediately that should come on to the parliament again, and the parliament again passes it. Then the state thing is not required. That clause should be there. But Ambedkar and others rejected that clause. Okay, amendment was moved and it was failed. Right. So these are the things, special majority and state consent. What are the things? I told you now, the federal features, only those things will affect the federal features. What are they? Election of the president and his manner, extent of the executive power of the union and the states. This specifically, this point Ambedkar mentions in his argument. Why he wants the election of president and why he wants the executive power of the union and the states. Specifically he mentions Supreme Court and High Courts, distribution of legislative powers between the union and the states, Goods and Service Tax Council, any of the list mentioned in the 7th schedule, representation of states in parliament, power of parliament to amend the constitutional procedure, Article 368 itself. Okay, this probably would give you a clue for how basic structure of Indian constitution is being understood and accepted. Okay, see, the very logic by which certain people accept the basic structure of Indian constitution is because what is the very power of a constitution? Okay, whether a parliament by amending, can amend the Article 368 and remove all its powers and makes simple majority for amending the total constitution. You understood? Think. Okay. So if that is done, then what is the use of the constitution? If that is done, what is the use of the constitution? So that is the way the Supreme Court lawyers, Supreme Court judges came and argued there should be something called as basic structure. If you understood, if there is no basic structure, what will happen? The parliamentarians, they will amend the constitution and they would say Article 368 they will completely remove it and they will say only by simple majority, and from then on there is no use of the constitution at all. And that is done. Why Indian Constitutional Assembly took so much of time, deliberated so much of time, finally put a constitution? That is the reason that in Kesavananda Bharati case and in other cases, people justified there is something called as basic structure. You can amend any part of the constitution, but you cannot amend the basic structure of the constitution. That particular logic comes with this very idea of the power of the parliament to amend the constitution and its procedure. Where the parliament has a complete to amend the very Article 368 itself, whether it's a part of a basic structure or not. Okay, if it can amend that, it can amend completely Article 368 to its own thing. Tomorrow they will say only five parliamentarians accept. They can amend it, right? So what is the use of it? Okay, that's the argument. Okay, 1 minute. Changes by simple majority which are not deemed to be an amendment. I already told you, after these things, those lines will be there. Okay. Admission or establishment of new states, formation of new states and alteration of areas, boundaries or names in existing states, abolition or creation of legislative council in states, second schedule, emoluments, allowances, privileges and so on of the president, governors, speakers, judges, quorum in parliament, salaries and allowances of the members of the parliament, rules of procedure in parliament, many things are there. Privileges of the parliament, its members and its committees, use of English language in parliament, number of poison judges in the Supreme Court, conferment of more jurisdictions to the Supreme Court, use of official language, citizenship, elections to parliament and state legislatures, delimitation of constituencies, union territories, 5th schedule, 6th schedule. Anyway, we will discuss, when we discuss about federalism, the certain things that is mentioned, whether that is there is a true federal constitution. Okay, that discussion we will have. Okay, because we have seen certain things which certain people will consider as a federal feature could also be amended through a simple majority. Even though Ambedkar argued that the very principle of federalism is that the federal feature should not be amended through a simple majority, but certain things which few people will consider as a federal feature has been kept under simple majority. Why is that so? What is the logic? What is the understanding when the Indian Constitution Assembly kept those things, even though they are federal features, inside the simple majority? Okay, that we would see. When it comes to federalism, we will see that. Okay. Okay. Previous year questions, as I already told you. Okay. See how the questions have come. Only based on the important constitutional amendment. Okay. The procedure of amendment till now has not come, guys. Okay. So I would say this you have to work a little bit. Okay. Work a little bit and read about important constitutional amendment. Only related to the story of judiciary. Okay. All the constitution, first amendment till the 24th, 25th, 42nd, 43rd, 44th, 99. Some amendment I missed. Okay. All the amendments which is related to the story of fundamental rights, DPSP, basic structure, judicial review, all those things. There will be some 10 amendments. That is enough. Okay. I know that is enough. That's very big. Okay. Here, for example, 42nd Constitution Amendment is itself is a very big amendment. Okay, where it tried to remove the judicial review and many other things. In fact, education was brought into a concurrent list in that. Lot of discussion after the new education policy has come, right? Because that could be a potential question. Okay, lot of discussion is coming today. Many political parties is wanting the education to come to the state list again. Because it was removed from the state list, it was put in the concurrent list by the 42nd Constitution Amendment, okay, along with 4 other features. So all these things are current things. So you see, 2014 99 amendment came, 2015 the question has come. So technically, anything that is currently in discussion, probably related to that question might come. So again, maybe this education feature is there, 42nd amendment might also come again, okay, with a different question. Okay, so all these things you have to work it out, guys. Right. So I like to finish it with now with this. Online students, any doubt? Okay, any other doubts from our students here? Any other doubts? No doubt. All of you are in the mood of leaving. Right. Thank you. Thank you.